Okay, members, back online. Moving on now to notice of motions. So we will begin with, Alderman Hussey, point of order.
It's just a clarification of the standing orders under 16, which refer to motions. Has it just been custom and practice that we accepted one motion from a member, or is there actually no limitation on the number of motions that a member can place before the council? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I'll bring in the City Solicitor, but I don't believe that there is any limit. No, he's shaking his head at me, Alderman Hussey. There is no limitation. So that's
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay, Councillor Doyle, can we get a seconder for your motion as well?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just take a motion as read. I want to firstly say what this motion isn't about. It's not about poking our neighbours in the eye or denigrating their culture. It's not about bonfires, and I hope that it won't turn into a discussion about whataboutery. On Saturday, 13th of August, I was in the city centre, as I usually am, on a Saturday morning. I was aware that a parade was taking place, and despite the city centre being quiet, people were going about their business. During the passing of the parade around the city centre, during different parts of the day, I witnessed and was called by business owners and constituents, as I know other members were, about issues taking place that could be perceived as linked to the parade. Primarily, Mayor, we all know about the temporary stall in and around Duke Street. It was licensed by this council in good faith, and in liaison with our staff, the application outlined very little detail about what would be sold at it. It included the flag of the Parachute Regiment and a UVF flag, amongst others. There's absolutely no reason for these items to be sold in our city at any time, and I believe they're only sold to bring about hurt and anger. I'm asking that we require detailed information from those who wish to obtain merchant licenses in our city to ensure that items that could reasonably offend are not sold. We as a council should determine what items we feel are not appropriate, and we should uphold those rules without prejudice. Mayor, we spoke briefly about this earlier. Much work has gone on over many years about getting to this point with parades in the city. Year after year, however, I'm called about, or myself witness, public urination in the city centre by band members. The state that Carlisle Road and other streets in the city centre were left on after the parade was an absolute disgrace, and the responsibility lies with those who marched. I want to be very clear that I recognise that the home clubs of the Apprentice Boys work the year round. They plan their celebrations and they ensure parades take place without negative instances. In fact, I had calls from 2 Apprentice Boys between raising this issue and today. Both of them were, to my surprise, glad to see that I was raising it, because they were fed up, they said, of bands coming from outside of the city disrespecting the city. I have my personal reservations about the nature of parades, but I recognise that they're going to take place. What I don't recognise, Mayor, is the right for anyone to walk through this city singing songs about being up to their necks in Fenian blood. It happened this year. It's happened before. That's not what we're told these parades are supposed to be about. They're definitely not what I want to see from them. Everyone in this council must surely condemn that sectarian behaviour. As the applicant to the Parades Commission, the Apprentice Boys is responsible for bringing the marchers and bands to the city. That doesn't mean I'm blaming them for some marchers' behaviour. I think we need to see from them that they feel the same, and to hear from them how we can address these problems. If you can't respect this city, my message is for you to stay at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Jackson?
Good, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Doyle for bringing the motion, and just for a wee bit of clarity around the temporary stall that Councillor Doyle referred to. It was actually in Glendermot Road, some bit away from Duke Street, but the main issue still stands. That what was being sold from that stall is unacceptable, and it was there deliberately to offend or to cause offence. Mayor, on behalf of Sinn Féin, we're happy to support the motion. And this topic had been discussed at an earlier committee meeting this month, and at that committee meeting, we reflected on the changes that have taken place around parading, particularly in our city, and those changes haven't come around as an accident. They've come around through long negotiations with residents and the apprentice boys and different organisations. The motion asks that we seek a deputation from the apprentice boys. Although we don't have an issue with seeking a deputation, but we believe that the most important voices in all of this are the voices of the residents. It's not just the city centre that faces issues around public urination. Residents of the Triangle have faced that issue for many, many years, and that's despite the provision of portaloos. So there is a deliberate attempt. It's a deliberate tactic by some participating in the parade. They disrespect the residents in the area. But that being said, we have to, when we reflect on how far we've come in this city in terms of parading, there's one name that automatically jumps out. It's one name that automatically jumps out at me anyway, and that's the name of Donica McNeilis. He's been instrumental in supporting and setting up structures such as the Bogside Residents Association. They challenge sectarian elements of parades, meeting with parades organisers and the Parades Commission. They resolve issues around contentious parades. Donegal was a colossus, but he was someone who never sought the limelight or a cheap headline. So as we move towards a more inclusive society, I would urge everybody to follow the example that Donegal set us all, that we should be working together, and most importantly, putting the views of the local residents front and centre in all the deliberations, and ensuring that those deliberations are take place in a respectful manner. That being said, Mayor, we're fully supportive of the motion. We would have preferred that we would have used the existing structures. They challenge this, but the content of the motion is something that we're actively working on behind the scenes, to try and address and improve, and will continue to do so. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I welcome the fact that, again, we have another opportunity to discuss what happened in the city on the 13th of August. I was, probably like other councillors, I was in the city centre on that particular day. I wasn't there to keep an eye on the march or the parade or anything like that. I was there, like most people, going about my daily business and doing some shopping with my family. I think when discussing this motion, and I've already made my feelings clear about the flags that were for sale in the stall that has already been referenced. Around that, I think it was done deliberately. I think it was to provoke a reaction. I think it was to mock the death of people who were murdered on the streets of the city, and I think it was absolutely wrong, and I don't want to see it again. The first bullet point of this motion, I believe, has been addressed at the Health and Communities Committee, but I've no issue with it being addressed here in the form of a motion either. I think, but when we're addressing this motion, we also have to remember how far the city has come in terms of parading. As I said already, I was in the city centre on that particular day, and it was a far cry from parades or marches that took place in this city when I was a young teenager, and some of the activities that were going on then, because the majority of people who weren't there to watch the parade or involved in the parade were going about their business, and they were free to do so. I remember when the arches leading into the city centre were blocked off by RUC men, and nationalists from the Bogside weren't allowed into the city centre to go and do their daily business. So I think, yes, there are a few issues around the parade, around people who come into the city to parade, but let's not lose focus of where we're at, and let's remember that, in my view, this city is a shining example of how we should do parading, by coming together, by sitting down and talking and trying to work through the issues and trying to make sure that everybody is accommodated. And I think, I touched on it earlier. I think that's what Donaghan McNillis and the rest of the Bogside residents group were involved in over a long period of time. And I would like to see those discussions continue. If I was an apprentice boy of Derry, and I'm sure there are many apprentice boys of Derry who will support this motion, who are annoyed at people coming to the city to do and to carry out some of the things that are involved or are outlined in this motion. And I think that they want to see the best that they can. But I also think that we have to recognise that whenever you bring a large number of people together for an event, regardless of what the event is, that there is going to be litter, unfortunately. The apprentice boys with the best will in the world can't mitigate against that. They can have people there after the parade, directly after the parade, to clean up, and it's my understanding that they do with the support of this council. But I think, yes, there's issues with the parade, absolutely, or people coming to be involved in the parade, not necessarily the parade itself or the organisers. But I think we can't lose focus of how far we've come as a city in terms of resolving very, very difficult parading issues that went on in the city in the past. But in the broad context of the motion, on behalf of the SDLP, we're happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tooney. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also spoke on this issue in Health and Communities, and I welcome the opportunity to see if we can review the licensing processes, because I do think that the selling of the flags on Saturday the 13th was done to hurt many in our city and our district, and was condemned widely, as well as a number of other incidents since then that has been done to hurt other parts of our communities within the city and district. I want to put on record I commend the apprentice boys of Derry and the work that they've done over the years along other community structures as well as residents to get to the point where Derry is seen, and the Derry model is seen internationally as a way forward. So this is not, for me, an attack on the apprentice boys of Derry. It's more, how can we sit down and talk and work through these issues, like others have said. It's not necessarily the parade, but sometimes people coming inside and from other areas. So we welcome this and the opportunity to sit down and see how we can work through these issues and make sure that we continue to be able to celebrate or to have different views in what we want to do going forward. I know myself, growing up in the town, certain days of the year were times that you wouldn't go near the city centre, and like other speakers, I would bring regular visitors from far and wide in to see the parades, because it has become more of a family event, a more inclusive event. So we're happy to support the motion and see what ways that we can go forward as a council, what remit we have within our licensing to make sure that no matter what, nobody in this city can sell something that's purposely done to bring our good relations to disrepute, and to make sure that we do go forward in a more inclusive way. And again, to work with the apprentice boys to see if there's a way in which that we can help them and we can collaborate so that we don't have something similar happen again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Mayor, I'll mention what others have mentioned before, and we mentioned earlier in the meeting, passing the Donica and the role that he played, and particularly within what's known throughout as the Derry model. And I think that the success of the Derry model is where the solution will be around the issues contained within this. I think that as it's laid out, this is like possibly taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and may make things worse rather than better, because it's moving outside a very successful process known as the dairy model. And having previously engaged with some from the apprentice boys, and some from the bands forum, and discussing various issues like what we've seen before us, they have worked hard, and I could guarantee that they are appalled at what took place on the 13th of August, and as we speak, are probably working hard to try and address it. And I think, and what previous speaker, Councillor Jackson, says, like, some of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes has far more impact. And I think that that's where we should possibly put this proposal, and possibly maybe put it into one of the working groups that are dealing with good relations, issues, respect and equality. And I'll give you an example, and one that I brought forward, it was around the wearing of the Easter lily, and still hasn't been resolved yet, after 7 years, I think. But the point being is, through that process, we've engaged with external bodies, and we've followed a process to try and bring it to a solution where it will have good relations, it will have respect, and it will have equality without forcing it underground. And I think that if council comes in and we talk about such stuff as may reasonably cause offence, some people will say the selling of the national flag may cause offence for some people. And for some people across the district, they will travel for miles to be reasonably caused to be offended. So, to be offended, that is. So, what I'm saying is, I think that I'll be abstaining on this motion because I think it might make matters worse, and that we have, and this council has other avenues to take to bring a resolution to the issues that we're talking about. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I suppose we spoke about this before. There's no problem with the condemnation of the selling items of glorified paramilitary organisations. As I stated in committee, apologies for that. As I stated in committee, this needs to cover all areas. That of stalls in the two premises in William Street who sell many items glorifying Republican murderers on everything from T-shirts, the slits, the mugs. It's not acceptable to my community, just as it's not acceptable to sell loyalist paramilitary organisations either. Quite a large number of toilets are provided in various places along the entire route. So I have to agree, there's no excuse for public urination. I in the past have pointed people in the direction of these public toilets who were about to go up a laneway or wherever else. They're right in saying there's no apprentice boy in this city, or indeed in Northern Ireland, would agree with someone standing, no, urinating up against someone's door. It's not on. It's and it brings disrespect to the actual association. So people should think about that whenever they're going to do that. Like, no. But look, this doesn't happen in parading. It happens St. Patrick's Day, Halloween, the Fly, and I can tell you from taxiing, any weekend or wherever alcohol is consumed in our city and district, the singing of sectarian songs, totally wrong, but sadly happens on both sides when alcohol is consumed. We talk about Donna Militia there the day, and basically, my father was one of the very first people to start talks about the parading issue in this town. And then days it was done with mainly the business community, and it was later then that the Prentice Boys got involved with the Bogside residents. They hold talks as well. Weren't plain sailing at the start, never have been, but it showed that accommodation could be reached. The Apprentice Boys hold discussions with PSNI, local business, city centre management, and the Bogside residents group on regular basis, both before and after parading. And after every Apprentice Boys parade, especially in December and August, General Committee, along with the marshals, who are highly trained marshals, to a high standard, meet to discuss any days from the parading, any issues from that day's parading. Any police reports that are available at that time or when received at a later date are discussed and dealt with in the strictest of manners. But looking at this here, I'm sorry, but the Ulster Unionist Party will not be supporting this motion, as we feel that it is sectarian in nature, as in it picks out one community's parading issues whilst choosing to ignore other major events, mostly run by council, which incur the exact same issues. You know, sadly, when alcohol is consumed, that's the issues we face. But as they take it any further, I wouldn't, because you know what? See the system that's set up for this town for parading? It works. It works. It works better here than it does anywhere else. So it should be just left alone. They work as well as it does. Thanks, Mayor. And excuse me, I have to go to the cathedral for a service.
Thank you, Alderman Kelly. Sorry, Councillor Neil, did you get that?
Sorry, I didn't, but I did there now. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. And I suppose kind of the main point I think in this is around the flying of the parachute regiment flag. And I think it's a minority of people who are whopping up sectarianism by selling this flag and putting this flag up, because the vast majority of people in this city do not support the flying of the parachute regiment flag, and there's no justification for promoting it, because at the end of the day, the parachute regiment have killed innocent people here in Derry, but also in Ballymurphy and on the Shankill. So it's not a sectarian issue in that sense, and like we should be doing everything that we can do to not glorify these war crimes, and that includes making sure the parachute flag is not flown. But I think in terms of the first point in this, I think there's kind of outside the lens of green and orange politics. I think there's a weakness in that first point in terms of merchandise that might cause offence, because I'm thinking of the Pride Parade. People may be offended by the rainbow flag, or like people might be offended by anti-government slogans. And I think, we've seen, when there's crackdowns in this way, it's been used by the state to oppress rights-based movements. And like, during COVID, we've seen the PSNA use COVID legislation to crack down on Black Lives Matter protests in Derry and Belfast. So I think that point is, is potentially open to exploitation. So it would need to be tightened, really. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, look, a lot of what I was going to say has already been said by Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Gallagher. I think whilst this motion could be well-meaning, I think it is dangerous. I think it can and will be used by people to attack Republicans, and it has already been outlined. Selling Republican merchandise could open up a can of worms, and even Irish, and from some conversations I've had with people within the unionist community, even Irish memorabilia in, say, like some shops in the city. I don't think we can trust the sectarian structures that exist here in order to I have no confidence that they'll stamp out sectarianism. I take it that yes, the UVF, sectarian organisation, I concur with Councillor O'Neill. The paratroop regiment is not sectarian. They're equal opportunity killers of both Protestants and Catholics. I do think there's issues, but I'm just not sure how this motion would, it may add to the issues rather than sort them out. You know, I think that what we need to be doing is we need to be talking to the apprentice boys, agree with the part, yeah, invite them in, and also think that we need to be talking to the bands forum. So whilst it may be well-meaning, I don't think it's going to achieve what it's possibly been set out to do. So, like Councillor Gallagher, I'm going to abstain on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. And last speaker on it is Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And Mayor, I see what Councillor Doyle is trying to do in this regard, but I do have to take a bit of an issue with it. Again, in regards to the initial comments there, in regards to Lutheran public urination, singing of sectarian songs, again, we can all condemn such activities. But you know, and again, as has been raised, there's a number of portaloos being placed in the area, but it's a sad reality. And to be fair to him, Alderman Guys touched on it. It's where there is alcohol, there are difficulties, and that's a problem. Any major event, and again, I have been at major events, and the amount of litter you see when you're leaving, it is a credit to the council staff that come in to do the tidy up. It definitely is a credit to them how quick they can get a place back into order again. But it's the difficulty of that. So Mayor, do you have difficulty with those things? I mean, it's the case here that the apprentice boys. I was down on that Saturday, and there was a great crowd in the town. There was a great atmosphere around there. It was the first major event a lot of people had come to, and they were well greeted by residents and around that. I mean, it was an exceptionally warm day. There were hundreds of people, thousands of people on parade walking in the demonstration. There were thousands of spectators, and I mean, all those spectators were handing out bottles of water or cups of orange juice or whatever to the people that were out walking around the streets. And I mean, it was a real good atmosphere from what I saw of the day. So again, it does seem to be a wee bit of a dig at the apprentice boys in particular. Yes, there's always lessons to be learned, and I will pay credit to them in that they always have a debriefing. They have a tight team of marshals there who have been doing it for a long time and have spent a lot of time, and if there's lessons to be learned, they will take that on board. But again, as has been raised, you know, we have the exact same issues at St. Patrick's Day. We have the exact same issues there at Halloween. So, I mean, it seems to be picking on one in particular. So, Mayor, I'm afraid at this juncture here, we just can't support this motion as it stands, but thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. I'm going to pass the Chief Executive now to take us through a vote because there's been a mixture of opinions there. So,
Mayor, can I sum up?
Oh, apologies. Emmett, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I think this has been a good discussion. Disappointed by some of the comments because it seems that people in getting their packs didn't go and have a look at the licensing legislation that doesn't actually apply to steady shops. So the comments about selling Republican memorabilia is nonsense. In terms of the thing that confuses me about this is that some of the people here who are commenting on the wording of the motion in particular are the same people who find sectarianism everywhere and want to call it out everywhere, but then when it's actually called for them to go and vote to improve something, they won't do that. In terms of the wording, let's be clear, what may reasonably cause offence is perfectly legitimate language, because if someone wants to put up a stall in the bog and sell a tricolour, no one's going to be offended by it. Likewise, if you want to sell a Union flag in Lincoln Courts, no one's going to be offended by it. But the point has been made very clearly that this is about public space. It's about making sure that we don't have the same issues next year. And look, I'm not going to go on to the idea that in some way this is a dig at the apprentice boys was the first sentence that it said that it clearly isn't. And they've actually done a great job. It's not their fault. but we do have to talk to them because they are responsible for putting together the parade. In terms of some of the comments with regards to the review of licensing, yes, Brian's right. We did have this discussion at Health and Communities. I think it's the right discussion to have, because if we don't, and this happens again, people are rightly going to be asking, why didn't we deal with it in the first place? And I'm sorry, but the argument that wherever alcohol is, this happens, is for the birds. I don't know any other time in this city when there is a massive parade where people feel that a minority of people feel that it's perfectly legitimate. They walk through the town singing sectarian songs. We end up against businesses and people's doors who live in the city centre, and making an absolute mess. Because if they did, the police would be all over it. That's what the difference is. And you know what Christopher Jackson said at the beginning of his remarks is absolutely right. We have come very, very far, and it's because of Donegal McNeilis and others. There's no two ways about that. They did a brilliant job, and I'm so glad that we're not back to where we were. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't address issues that are clearly there, that everyone in this council knows happens.
Councillor Doyle, could you bring your remarks to a close?
Happy to bring my remarks to a close, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll pass it to Chief Executive and take us through a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin,
Against.
Alderman Devaney. I think Alderman Guy has left. Yeah. Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan. Alderman McCready. Alderman Thompson. Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Edwards.
For, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For John.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McGinley.
For, John.
Councillor McGowan.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Sinead Barr.
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For John.
Thank you. And I see Alderman Carrigan in the chat box and Councillor Kelly in the chat box. Thank you both. Now I've recorded 24 for, 3 against, and 2 abstentions, so the motion passes.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Moving on to the next motion, which is again in the name of Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I take it as read and can I ask for a seconder, please?
I'll second it, Mayor. Christopher.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Go ahead, Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor, and apologies to Alderman Hussey. I know he doesn't want to hear from me twice, but unfortunately, that's where we are. Look, Mayor, I'm going to keep this fairly brief. None of us wants to be in a position where we have to bring motions like this forward to this council. The last thing that I would ever want to do is try to put something in place like this if I didn't feel that it may be necessary. We all worry in this council on behalf of our constituents what might be coming down the road this winter, particularly with Stormont not being up and running and with the attitude of Westminster towards trying to help people out. Warm banks, or welcoming places as I call them, are now becoming widespread, particularly in England. There are a lot of councils that are setting them up because it is necessary in many cases. Nobody wants to have to do them. You know, they're normal to places like Canada and Northern Germany because of the climate, and they should never be normal here, as food banks should never be normal here. I don't want this to be taken in some way that we're trying to scare people into thinking that something is coming and then doesn't. I'd be the first to be delighted if we don't need these. If the penny drops with those in power and we actually get some genuine help for people in the long term. But I do worry about people who might face sitting at home in the cold, particularly older people or families with young children. And I do think, despite the fact that it is going to cost a lot of money, we've had this discussion around community centres and community groups, I do think that we have to take the opportunity to plan ahead so that we're not reacting to what may be the reality in the coming winter months. I've tried to incorporate into this as many helpful aspects of what we can do as possible, because the time is coming when this council is going to run out of the ability to be able to actually act, because ultimately we have limited resources, and we know that through our hardship fund. I think this is another string to the support that we can lend the community. And I do think that if they're necessary in the community, that they should certainly be set up. And I'm happy to have conversations with colleagues in any form as to how we actually do these on the ground, because some of our community groups are already doing some of these without calling them warm banks, and they're a credit to the city. But I do think this council needs to take proactive action and do what we can to formalise these setups. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dorn, and that was bang on 3 minutes. Councillor Jackson.
Gormilgut Mayor and Mayor, you'll not be surprised at all to hear that our party is fully supportive of the motion, and I want to thank Councillor Doyle for bringing it. But because it is, unfortunately, it's a much needed, or there's much needed actions coming out of this motion, and these are actions. Quite a lot of these actions are actions that you have taken on yourself and have started the train of motion in terms of the preparation for these actions. So hopefully that'll come as some comfort to Councillor Doyle. They know that the preparatory work in relation to a lot of this has been done, but is being done by council officers. Councillor Doyle referred to the councils in England that have been carrying out this work, and that sort of sent alarm bells ringing, because I'm aware of quite a lot of this work that's been carried out by our community sector here in the city and district. But I appreciate that the Councillor Doyle did allude to that, and that can't come as any surprise, because our community sector, as well as our council, have always been quick to respond to the needs of the people of our city and district. And I don't foresee that there will be any different approach in respect to the crisis that we're facing into coming into the winter months. Mayor, the motion refers to requesting extra finances for heating centres from the executive. Now that's a must. See, in terms of council and community and our community sector, we need additional support. They be able to stand up and support people through the winter, but there is no executive. And that's a very sad reality, and it's profounding the worry and concern that people have as we face the winter. So I'm not entirely sure who Councillor Doyle's requesting that we write to. I would suggest that we write to the leader of the DUP, but if I suppose all executive parties are all too familiar with the pressures that people are facing, the pressures of council and our community sector are facing. The only party that's not listening is the DUP, and they need reminded of that. So, but in respect to the motion, it's a good motion, and a lot of that work is underway. But it's I suppose the fact that we need to discuss these types of things shows that there's a complete failure of government right across the board. So that's the stark reality that we're facing. But we as a council need to step up and support what any way we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Sinai Bar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Doyle, for bringing this very timely motion. I have to say,
Sorry, Councillor Sinai Bar, could you speak up, because we're just having real difficulty hearing you?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
A bit better, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm just saying thank you first of all, for letting me in, and thank you, Councillor Doyle, for bringing this motion. I have to say, I never imagined that in 2022 we will be discussing this issue, particularly asking our local council or government to establish warm banks to save lives. But the reality is the cost of living crisis continues to wreak havoc across the country and in this council area. This is a rapidly evolving situation. You might have seen the news that the British Prime Minister confirming that household in Northern Ireland will get a 400 energy support discount in November. And I welcome the news because we need all the support for everyone. But as we wait to see if it will happen, the reality is the recent fall in the value of the pound will only increase the pressures, as it will add to the cost of food, the heating, mortgages, and gas. And those who are going to be hardest hit are the many people on low and medium incomes. Now, the outlook is grim. We have all been speaking to people who are scared, anxious, and in dire need of help. And it's no exaggeration to say that people may die this winter with cold, and especially older people and those with compromised immune system. And I know that there are many governments and local authorities across Europe who are responding to this crisis by creating welcome places like warm banks. But I think we must be very clear when we are discussing this motion, because of course we need to support people and we definitely need to intervene. But during the day, when people are going to get warm and then go back to freezing homes later on in the evening, it is in these conditions that people are getting sick. So the solution, and I'm delighted that my team met with the National Energy Action last night and confirmed that warm banks are not the solution that is needed. And it can help. The real solution that people need is immediate government intervention. But as Councillor Jackson said, we have no executive to intervene at the moment. And we actually don't have an executive to write to. And the scale of this unfolding crisis means that council must do
Sir,
it.
could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
So if we are honest with ourselves, it is unlikely that existing council finances would be able to absorb the additional cost of staff and centers that is required. So we support this motion, but I would like to make a slight amendment just to ensure that we get immediate action. And Mayor, if you'll just excuse me so I can put the slight amendment, it's 3 different sections. I'll just put it there now.
Not relevant to this amendment, but it would be really useful if people would email their amendments in to the admin section prior to the meeting, just so we have sight of them.
Will do in future, Mayor.
Okay, Lillian, happy to take that, and it is seconded by Councillor Tierney. So I'm going to give admin a few seconds to get it on the screen. But while the amendment's going up, I'm going to ask if Councillor Gallagher wants to speak on the amendment.
I'll speak on the amendment and want to see it.
Yep.
And the rest.
Go ahead while we're waiting, because we can't see it in the chat box. But in future, it would be useful to get the amendments in advance so that we're prepared and it doesn't delay the meeting. So go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. And this is by no means any disrespect to Councillor Doyle, and this may be a well-meaning motion. However, I'll not be supporting it. And the reason being that I think that the support for this motion by the political parties is like, it's an acknowledgement of the failed system that we live under. Mayor, we have seen in the past, we've seen politicians cutting the ribbon on food banks, and it's something to be celebrated. Food banks have now become the norm. And see them food banks They have allowed government and given them the ability to make cuts to people's benefits. In Strabane, if you go up there on the road and you're in dire need, you'll get signposted by civil servants to a food bank. That's what you'll get. You see, this motion is saying we want a communal radiator for people to come out of their houses, huddle around a radiator all day, and then go back to a cow house. And that's what will happen. And if we allow it, in the long run, it'll cause far more deaths due to lack of heating than any warm bank will prevent. For I'll tell you why, we as a corporate body, we won't be challenging the capitalist corporations of gas, oil, and electric when we see them announcing billions in profit. Billions. And what are we doing? We're underpinning that by saying we're taking our people to a radiator and we're going to heat them all day and they can all gather around it. We can't be supporting going down this road. What we will be doing, we will be eroding, unconsciously, possibly, but we will be eroding the basic human right to a proper home that's properly heated. We can't be taking people out of their home,
Councillor Gallagher, can you
taking them
bring
down the
your
street
remarks to a close, please?
and putting them into a communal and saying, this is the best you can get. Let's use our resources to challenge the capitalists that are making billions of profits from the people of this city and district. That's what we need to be doing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, we have passed a motion through this council that states that the response from both Westminster and Stormont before it was collapsed was criminally negligent in response to the cost of living crisis. The fact that we are now here discussing opening warm banks, welcoming banks, warming centres for people is a sign of absolute political failure in terms of our governments. Not only have we had to do that, the reason why we brought forward a hardship motion, hardship fund proposal was for the same reasons, was because there simply was not enough help coming from central government. And unfortunately now we have an out of control Tory government across the water that is intent on destroying communities, destroying public services, and forcing more and more people into destitution. So a minority can steal more and more wealth, and we have no accountability here because we've got no government. We're trying to hold caretaker ministers accountable, but the reality is it's very, very difficult. And yes, the DUP should go back into government, but to be honest, when the DUP were in and it was up and functioning, we had the exact same problems. We were dealing with escalating poverty right across our district, and that's when Stormont was up and running. So I genuinely believe right now that we have to do everything we can to try and protect people, and that's why we're going to support this motion, because I don't want anybody to freeze to death in their homes in the coming months. I won't have that in my conscience. So I think that we should do everything we can, and that's why we back all motions that are geared towards helping people, but that we can't take our foot off the pedal of trying to. I think we need an upheaval. I don't think we can go on as is. We cannot allow a situation where nothing is being done, where government is inactive, where the rich are getting richer.
Councillor Harkin, can you bring your remarks
I'll bring it to close by saying I'll support this motion, but I think it's absolutely crucial that we turn out and that we're there marching on October 1st for all the big demands about taxing the rich, taxing big corporations, and actually transferring wealth. So we don't need to open up. So we don't need to have the council that's already struggling financially find more money to fund warming centres to keep people alive through the winter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Doyle on the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor, and a really good debate so far from most people. Look, I absolutely get the two latter points. Of course, we should engage with trade unions and staffing, and the clarification, of course, caretaker ministers, no issue with that. I am a bit concerned just about the amendment to the first point, and I understand entirely where it comes from. What I would be worried about though is, subject to government funding, we know that we send, Sean has just said this, we send letters, we try to hold people to account as much as we can, and sometimes we hear nothing back at all. Sometimes it takes months. The last thing that I would want, and I'm sure the last thing that that the proposer of the amendment would want, is for us to be sitting in January saying we can't put together warm banks because a minister hasn't done anything. I understand where it's coming from, but I would be very concerned just about that, because I do think we have to do it regardless, and I do think we all have to, with one voice, say, listen, to the executive, caretakers or not, you have to do this. People are struggling, and people may die. So that's my toughest worth, and I would ask maybe Lillian, I understand exactly where you're coming from, but maybe just to consider that first part of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson on the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor, and we concur with a lot of what's been said by our speakers. And in relation to the amendment, we will be supporting the amendment. And I suppose one of the things that I made when speaking to the original motion was the fact that a lot of this is already commenced, particularly within our community sector. Now, in relation to the lines of subject to budget and government funding, whilst as a council we should always explore avenues to secure funding for us to support people, but I'm just thinking on some of the ingenuity that we're seeing from our community sector in terms of when centres are opened for youth clubs. They're already adapting their programming. They accommodate all our programs or our initiatives that they support people, and that's going to continue. We can't ignore the fact that our council and our community sector continuously look outside the box in terms of how we can support people through our existing services. And I don't see this as anything different. In relation to the writing the all ministers or caretaker ministers, no issue with that, but we're acknowledging the fact that there's limitations in terms of what we can expect from ministers that are acting in a caretaker capacity. But if there's any opportunity whatsoever, I have no doubt that the ministers, most of the ministers anyway, will do whatever we can. We've already heard Minister Hargy come out and say that we need a pandemic type approach to the cost of living crisis.
Councillor Jackson, could you bring your remarks to a close?
So no, that sets the tone in terms of the willingness to support that from that particular minister. So we're, as a party, we're content to support the amendment and the knowledge that a lot of this work is continuing already. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, I won't be supporting this motion. I think it allows everybody who should be on the hook to get off the hook. There's a public responsibility from government bodies, and it's not being used. There's a moral responsibility from the churches, both very rich organisation. This is like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. There's a class war that's being waged vigorously against working class people, and you know, this is not going to, I don't even think it's feasible, and it's not going to sort the problem out. We need to go to the source of the problem, and it needs to be confronted. It may again be a well-meaning, but it's definitely, I think it allows too many people off the hook. So I won't be supporting it. But I do want to put on record that there is a lot of community organisations out there in the community and voluntary section, and they're doing immense work, and only for them that the things will be an awful lot worse.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think you know, just to echo, there's a lot of very good work being done in the community and voluntary sector. Without it, you know, more people would be struggling and in very poor health. But I think in the way that food banks have now become normalised, we cannot let these to be normalised as well, because you know the Tories are quite happy for this to happen, and the next thing, these warm banks will be sponsored by energy companies. So I think we need to you know, be wary of that, you know, whilst trying to, you know, meet the urgent crisis, you know, try to figure out ways to help people during this crisis. But just one point I wanted to make was just around, you know, people who aren't able to access this, you know, people who are housebound. I know in the work that I do, I work with a lot of older people and people with disabilities who, you know, aren't actually able to leave the house. And you know, so you know, even though this might work for a lot of people, and I think you know, it is welcome. You know, it won't work for everybody, and there's still going to be a large group of people who you know will be cold in their homes, and the consequences of that is excess winter deaths. Unfortunately, so yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. And last speaker on the amendment is Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, as previous speaker said, we are in 2022 being asked to further increase the use of food banks, warm banks, to allow a Tory government to satisfy corporate greed. I agree with previous speakers. We can't allow this to become the norm. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. I think there has been a difference of opinion on the motion, so I'm going to ask the Chief Executive just to take us through a vote on the amendment just to begin with. Councillor Doyle, did you want to come in?
I was just going to ask about summing up, Mayor.
No, we're still on the amendment. I'll come back to you.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Brasland. Alderman Devaney. Alderman Carrigan. Alderman McCready. Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Duffy. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against?
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Logue.
For, John.
Councillor McGinley.
For, John.
Councillor McGowan.
For, John.
Councillor McHugh.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
I'm not voting, John. I came in halfway through the motion.
Abstain. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Riley,
For.
Councillor Sinai Barr,
Oh,
and Councillor Tierney.
For John.
Thank you, members.
I'm back online. Derek here for.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Mayor, recording 24 for, 1 against, and 4 abstentions, so the amendment is carried.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Doyle, I'll bring you in now to sum up, but just prior to you sum up, I just want to comment that I do welcome this motion. It is work that I am currently involved in, particularly within the community sector at this time. Everywhere I go as mayor, I am talking to people regarding the cost of living emergency that they're facing. People are frightened, people are anxious, they are really just concerned about what the next number of months, what they're facing into in the next number of months. Yes, it is absolutely a failure in government. We have seen 10 years of austerity, and this is where we're at. We have a Tory government that is very right wing, and we've seen the money budget, which we've already discussed, which only really protected or had things in it for the super rich. So morally, I believe that as the mayor, I should do something, and as a council, we should be doing something. Whatever we have within our limited powers to do, we should absolutely be doing them, and absolutely these things shouldn't need to be done. But unfortunately, people are really worried and really concerned about what lies ahead. I know I've been having conversations with community groups right across the city and district, and already they are doing what communities do and swinging into action, providing what they're calling community living rooms, which are warm spaces where people can come, read the paper, get a cup of tea, cup of coffee, and a friendly chat. There's luncheon clubs, there's youth clubs that have stepped up. It's great to see the community spirit. It's unfortunate that we're in this situation, but I thank the community leaders who are stepping up, because they're leaders within their community at this time. Yes, we would like to see more done, but unfortunately the Tory government that is in place across the water doesn't seem to have an appetite for it. We do need the DUP back in the executive, but I will stop there and hand over to Councillor Doyle to sum up.
Thanks, Mayor. And do you know what? You absolutely hit the nail on the head. And I think the key point you made there about us having a moral responsibility. I mean, no one wants these at all. We're not doing it because we want to, we're doing it because we have to. And, you know, the alternative, whilst no one wants these to become permanent, and, you know, people are talking about letting others off the hook, the alternative is to do nothing. And I'm not prepared, and Aintu's not prepared to do that. We're not prepared to just say the Tories are Tories, and the DUP aren't have pulled in the executive, therefore we'll just sit in their hands. We're not prepared to do that. And I know the work that you're referring to in the community and voluntary sector, as always, they are ahead of us, and are doing this work without having been asked, because that's, like you say, that's what they do. You know, I'm incredulous at some of the comments. I'd love to see people go into doors and saying I voted against this or abstained on it, for all these reasons, when people just want to be warm. But you know, that's up for them. But thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the many positive comments, because as much as none of us came to this council wanting to have to put things like this in place, the alternative is absolutely not an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Can I assume that the vote will be the same, or will there be any changes? No changes. So the motion passes. So thank you for that. It's now 5 to 8. Without going on to the next motion, we will take a 20-minute comfort break. So I'll see everybody back here at 8:15. Okay, folks, welcome back from our comfort break. I'm assuming Councillor Gallagher is back online and we'll get his motion on screen. And I see it has already been seconded by Councillor Cusack. So, Councillor Gallagher, over to yourself.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Mayor, this was brought up at the last meeting in July, albeit a different Secretary of State, but it wasn't allowed to go forward in that meeting. However, since that meeting, Mayor, thousands of people have taken to the streets in Strabane, Derry, and Belfast. I'm sure you'll be aware of some of it. And they've been campaigning for the cancellation of the PPI in the case of Noah Dunnoy. They are very much to the fore and supporting the family and the need for openness and transparency in this case of how this young boy died. And I've brought forward this motion to the next available meeting because I believe it's very important that this council, that this corporate body supports the rights of this family, which is very much has got local connections in this district, that supports the family and their rights to justice and their rights be seen to be delivered. The case of a PPI, and we know all about them, and we've discussed it in this chamber, they're not about openness and transparency. And Mayor, I think that through those protests, some of the political parties, some in this chamber, have also been calling for this, and I hope that they support this motion tonight. And we have seen some of the stuff that possibly could be more cover up around having a judge-led inquest rather than a jury-led inquest. And the family very much support a jury-led inquest around their peers deciding and not any decisions being made behind closed doors. So I hope that we have debated this in the past, but I hope that the people in this chamber can support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for bringing this motion back. I appreciate the opportunity for the chamber to get an opportunity to discuss it. So I'm moving on to Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor Gallagher, but mostly thank you to everyone who has been vociferous in their pursuit of justice for Noah. Mayor, the passing of a loved one is the most difficult experience anyone can endure, but the passing of a child, the most unbearable of all. And losing a child and not knowing the details of how or why they were stripped of their precious life is a pain most of us cannot imagine. And this is the pain Noah's mum, Fiona, and his family face every single day. Anyone in this part of the country cannot be ignorant to the Justice for Noah's campaign and the bizarre, unexplained and deeply suspicious aspects of Noah's disappearance and death. The inconsistencies, the police response, and mostly the silence has led this case to become not just one of regional, but national and even international attention and scrutiny. In the beginning, as an ongoing investigation, there was a modicum of hope that eventually the circumstance and details would come out and the family could begin to grieve, now furnished with the truth. But however, all this was dashed and everyone's fears confirmed when the previous and latest of our 2-minute MPs, Secretary of State Shalish Farah, imposed a PII certificate on information sharing on the case. And such, as Councillor Gallagher's already said, such was the strength of disbelief and outrage that the public here mobilised hugely. Rallies were organised, transport arranged, petitions set up, and social media platforms inundated. And again, I want to commend everyone who participated. I personally took a petition to the doors of my constituency so those not IT comfortable or physically able to protest could have their say too. And I have to say I was overwhelmed at the response, the genuine hurt, the anger and sympathy felt on behalf of the Dunhole family. And hundreds of signatures were gathered and sent to the then Secretary of State, Shalish Farah, just last month. The response to the physical petition and my correspondence, which arrived just a few weeks ago, was pitiful and came in the form of an impersonal email from the Northern Ireland office. And I'll just quote the main paragraph stated, and this is a quote: "The Secretary of State has carefully considered the application for PII and after close scrutiny of the information, considered that the balance of the public interest is in favour of the information being subject to PII. The responsibility was then referred to the coroner, and we all know how that went." To conclude, there's so much that to be said about this case. Mayor, 2 minutes is just not enough, as I'm sure you'll agree. But we here know that a PII is a means to suppress information which can be potentially damaging to an individual, organisation, or compromise an asset, be that human or inanimate. We cannot allow a society which sacrifices truth for protections. We should be for the one as well as the all. Mayor, while I have little faith that Chris Heaton-Harris will be any different from any of his Tory colleagues and predecessors, the SDLP are happy to support the motion, keep the profile high, the pressure on, and help the campaign continue. Justice for Noah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a sad state of affairs that we're sitting here 2.5 years approximately after Noah's death, still discussing this. The way Noah's case was handled from day one led to a lot of speculation. Speculation that the coroner tried to discourage, but nonetheless speculation that was fueled by the inept and unusual methods employed by the PSNI, and not least the fact they announced no foul play before the post-mortem. This indicated they knew more than they were making public, even at this early stage. If, as the PSNI claimed, there was no foul play, it would lead us to believe they were in a position to evidence this claim. That being the case, why then has this case, over 2 years down the line, not been closed? Why have the PSNI and the coroner subjected Fiona Donoghue to 2 years of hell on earth? Why was a public interest immunity certificate applied for? This is something usually reserved for use by MI5 or British intelligence or police seeking to withhold evidence they would consider damaging to the public interest. What's damaging the public interest is the lies and the lack of transparency surrounding the case. Now we have the coroner insisting on a no jury inquest, contrary to Fiona's wishes. It's like a return to 1970 style policing. Just put everything in perspective. If it's not foul play, are they saying it's suicide? Are they saying it's an accident? Noah's body was recovered after allegedly travelling 900 metres, the length of 9 football pitches, through a storm drain, naked. Recovered without hardly a mark on the body after a week in a storm drain. Approximately 4,000 people turned out in Belfast a few weeks ago to demand truth and justice for Noah and Fiona. The longer truth and justice is denied, the louder the demand will get. Fiona and Niamh Donoghue have been treated with disdain by those in power because they have actively sought to discover how and why Noah Donoghue died. Noah's Army, as they're affectionately called, and it's an international army now, will back Fiona and Niamh until the truth is known. And while it took some time for parties to even voice support for the Donoghues, I'm glad to see that they're there now for whatever reason. Let's just hope they stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Donnelly, you're looking in and you have a small amendment.
Yeah, Chair, look, the amendment that I put in the chat box there, I'll just read it out to you too. It's furthermore, this council supports the Donoghue family's call for Noah's inquest to be heard in front of a jury. Chair, look, this is a harrowing case. It's a disturbing case. You know, what needs to be said has already been said by elected reps in this council. The death of a child, any child, is unimaginable grief for a parent. I couldn't even begin to think of a child of a similar age, and I just think what this family are going through. You know, it's amazing that they're still there and fighting and functioning. So I would just like to echo the call for their request that it be heard in front of a jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. And we do have a seconder, Councillor Harkin, for the amendment. Can we get the amendment on screen? And in the meantime, Councillor Boyle, are you happy to speak to both the amendment and the original motion?
Yes, Mayor. Yeah, Sinn Féin will be supporting the motion and the amendment, and we'll have our party's full support in both. Fiona Donoghue is entitled to transparency and answers as opposed to secrecy and cover-up. The PII, the Public Interest Immunity Certificate, has been said before, has been used to hold back information on legacy issues here in the north. Noah's inquest is about a 14-year-old boy, a child, a much loved son, grandson, and nephew. It's not conflict related. Just who or what are they protecting? It's been said that there's been a petition of over 300,000 signatures supporting Fiona's plea to see all the evidence at the inquest into her son's death. I, along with others from the Strabane area, attended the rally in support of the Donoghue family in Belfast, where there were thousands showed their support, not just from here, but from around the world. We showed Fiona that support is out there for her, and that we stand with her and her family and seeking truth and justice for her son. And I want to just put on record my thanks to Councillor Barr for the work he done in getting buses from Strabane to Belfast on the day. Mayor, an inquest for the most gives grieving families the opportunity to hear and examine all of the issues surrounding their loved one's death. In Noah's death, there remains unanswered questions that need to be answered in a fair and transparent manner. In every single aspect of Noah's death, disappearance, and subsequent investigation, it lacked confidence and credibility that should have been given to Noah's family. That is why the PSNI's request and the British Secretary of State's agreement to use a PII immunity certificate is both wrong and shameful. Sinn Féin supports the Donoghue family and their request for a jury-led inquest. And I just want to put on record also, Mayor, my deepest condolences to the Donoghue family on the recent passing of Fiona's brother, Ronan. Our condolences to them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Ferguson, are you happy to speak on the amendment as well?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, I know this is a very active case at the moment, and I don't want to say anything too prejudiced, but I'm going to speak on it as a mother. I think anybody who understands the love they have for their children, to even imagine the tragedy of losing that child is just unimaginable. And in the case of Noah Donoghue, it was so traumatic and so sudden for this family. I fully commend the Donoghue family, both Fiona and Niamh, in their campaign and the Noah's Army and what they've done. I think no person could ever imagine what they're going through, but they have put their strength into trying to get truth and justice. Mayor, I have no issues at all in trying to get full truth and transparency in the death of Noah for the family, and we are happy to support this motion. And as for the amendment, I think the family's wishes should be followed as to try and limit any more trauma and what they've already been through, a very traumatic tragedy in the loss of Noah's life. So, Mayor, tonight we are more than happy to support both the amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor, and people before profit are happy to support the motion and the amendment. You know, I want to commend the thousands of people who took to the streets in Belfast there a few weeks ago to demand the cancellation and removal of the PII certificate on Noah's case. You know, this is a massive injustice and scandal and a complete misuse of PII. And you know, it's Noah's mum, Fiona, who is really leading this campaign, and we need to do all we can as elected reps to support her in her quest for truth and justice. You know, this shouldn't have happened, and it shouldn't be getting covered up. And you know, we need to continue to get feet on the street and fight arm in arm with Fiona Donoghue for truth and justice for Noah. And just to echo Councillor Boyle's condolences about Fiona, the passing of Fiona's brother, who I knew and worked with when I lived in Derry. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I have had no one speak against the amendment nor the motion. Can I take it we have unanimous support for it? Okay, I'm going to take that as unanimous for the amendment, so it now becomes a substantive motion, and I'm going to invite Councillor Gallagher to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, for inviting us back. I appreciate everybody's support in the chamber. I have no doubt that this is still going to be a long fight for the family, and I would just call on the support that's been seen in this chamber tonight, that it comes out the whole way down the road to support this family to a successful conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, and likewise, I've heard no one speaking against it, so I'm going to give it a second. Anyone opposed to the motion? No. Okay, unanimous. Excellent. Moving on to the next motion, Councillor Jackson, the move.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask for a seconder?
I'll second back to Christopher.
Thank you, John. Mayor, we've discussed at this council the impact of a cost 11 emergency in quite detail, not only at this meeting but in subsequent meetings prior to this, and so we're all acutely aware of the fears that people living in our city and district face. And referring back to some of the comments that were made in relation to an earlier motion today, there were people referring to a council response that relates to a failure in government, and that couldn't be more it couldn't be more true. There is a clear failure of government to step up for people, to provide the necessary support. And as we heard at the start of this meeting, the money budget that was released by the Tories give little to comfort those that are worried about paying bills over the winter. And we have to face and prepare for the challenge that's ahead. There's and this motion is calling for council to establish whatever structures are required in assessing a civic response. And I know, Mayor, yourself, you're engaging with the community sector and playing that coordinating role. And I feel that's a must. But as a council, we could be doing more. Some of the suggestions that we could be doing is doing a cost of living analysis around our council area. We all know that this cost of living is going to impact everybody, but it's going to have a disproportionate effect on those that are on lower wages. So if there was any way that we as a council can carry out some sort of a cost of living impact assessment, they establish which areas are going to be impacted most and which areas are in need of most support. But that support needs to come from Westminster, and at the minute it's not. We referred to the money budget earlier on in the meeting, and the fact that it was focused on protecting the wealthy. It was referred to as a millionaire's budget, and that's exactly what it was. It protects the large corporations and does very little or nothing to support those that are going to be impacted the greatest. So by By establishing a windfall tax, we could immediately address the energy crisis. It's actually absolutely disgusting that there's huge energy companies that are making massive profits on the back of on the back of this crisis. That's something that any rational government would do. But unfortunately, the Tories don't think like the rest of us, and the DUP are complicit in their policies. So, we as a council should do what we can, but that shouldn't preclude us from writing to the Prime Minister in Britain. They reiterate the concerns of the people of our city and district. So, Mayor, a lot of what I was hoping to say has already been said through the meeting. So all I can do is ask people to support the motion that's in front of us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Farrell.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Jackson, for proposing the motion, and the SDLP will vote in favour of it. It's very clear that families right across Derry and Strabane are feeling the impact of the cost of living crisis. Inflation is rampant, and the cost of food, fuel and energy is going through the roof. And last week's money budget from the new Tory Chancellor was supposed to put money in normal people's pockets, and it has done the polar opposite. It's given tax cuts to the highest paid in society. It's removed the cap on bankers' bonuses, and it's cancelled a planned tax rise on multi-billion pound corporations. And it's been said before, it's a budget by millionaires for millionaires, and the impact for us normal people is a massively devalued pound and the prospect of an interest rate hike. That means mortgages are going to get more expensive. Everything we import, like food, fuel, energy, is going to get more expensive. And if you can afford a foreign holiday or even a trip to Donegal, that's going to get more expensive too. Everything is going to get more expensive, and that's going to further fuel inflation and prolong this cost of living crisis. And while we support the motion, we have absolutely no faith in the Tory government to do anything meaningful to support ordinary people. And a prime example of that is the derisory one-off £100 payment for people that use home heating oil. And the SDLP has a proposal that every household in the north that relies on oil to heat their home should get 1,000 litres to help them through the worst of autumn and winter. And we have tabled a petition to recall the Assembly to debate this proposal, and not one party has signed it. So I appeal to all parties to sign the petition, and specifically to the DUP, and I know they're not here, to please do the right thing and return to work, because the current situation is beyond ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Jackson for bringing the motion forward. And I think a lot of what has been said tonight is really relevant. You know, we have a citywide and district-wide crisis on our hands this winter, and from previous speaker, Councillor Farrell is completely right. This budget is being disgraceful, and the fact that this Tory government is trying to penalise people on benefits if they can't work a certain amount of number of hours a week is absolutely disgusting. It has done nothing for the people of our city and our district, and unfortunately, again, our council is set in a position where we have to fill the void where the Assembly isn't back up and running. And not only is it our community groups are struggling, our families are struggling, nobody can afford to eat or to heat their home, but now too our statutory bodies are coming under pressure because there is no budget set. So you'll see a number of organisations that should have been able to step out and help aren't going to be able to step out and help because there isn't a budget there to set for it, and they're trying to cut back as much as possible. Mayor, it's absolutely dire. And again, similar to the SDLP, we are fully in support of the motion, but we have very little confidence in the Conservative government from actually doing anything that's going to help the people within our city and district or within Northern Ireland at this moment in time. So we are more than happy to support this motion. I think it's again another place where council are going to have to step in and try and fill a space that and put ourselves to the extremes to try and help the people of our city and district, but where this is where the assembly should be back up and running, where they should be making sure that there is mitigations in place for everybody in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor. And as people have said, a lot of these issues have already been discussed this evening. But you know, people before profit will of course be supporting this motion, and we could add 20 or so amendments to the list of demands. But the reality is that you know the Tory government don't care. They're quite happy for this cost of living crisis to spiral, and they're quite happy to impoverish people in Britain and in here, and drive up profits for billionaires, for corporations, and for the super wealthy. And you know what is needed in the face of this is a people power movement to end these Tory economic policies, not just in Britain but north and south here in Ireland, so that we can challenge this extreme wealth inequality. And Naomi Klein wrote a book about the shock doctrine, and it kind of talked about how the super wealthy never give up the opportunity of a crisis, and that's exactly what they're doing here. They're capitalizing on a crisis post COVID, where like there was a moment of hope where things could actually, you know, get a bit better, where we kind of had a realization of what was truly important in society. But the Tory government, there's nothing that's going to stop this out and out class war. But for the massive you know, the only thing that will stop it is people fighting back, organising through unions, through workplaces, and on the streets. So I'm happy to support the motion, but that's what's needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. And Mayor, the previous motion was brought before the council night around the warm homes. And I give my input on that. I'm going to see this one coming forward. I can support this one because this one, while it's about writing a letter, but it's getting to the core issues around fixing the holistic problem and not trying to put a finger on the dike. And I think that while we may write to the Prime Minister, we can write on the response. And in the meantime of waiting on a response, I think the council should look at writing up, call it whatever you want, around impact statements. Produce a local document that's localised to the district that highlights, and it will be a very negative report, highlights the lack of investment in this area, the impact of wage disparity that we have the impact on low wages, health inequalities, and we produce an internal document. And then when we get the response from the Prime Minister, which will probably be negative, we send the reports and then we start demanding that the issues mentioned in this motion get addressed. And that's where I think that we should be putting our efforts into getting the issues addressed so people can stay in their home. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Gallagher and Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion. I'd just like to say a few words on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party. And I suppose there's two aspects to this. The kind of high level one with the Prime Minister, and that the mini budgets, if you could even call it that, you know, were absolutely reprehensible, reckless, and the impacts will be felt for, you know, for the next few months, if not throughout the remainder of the year. You know, it has accelerated a recession and will have knock-on effects throughout Europe and the global markets, etc. And yes, I agree, we will write a We'll write to the Prime Minister. Do I think that's going to make the blind bit of difference? No. But we must continue to champion that and to say, look, this is unacceptable and we can't continue on in this vein, because largely the only people who suffer from this are everyone in our city and district and beyond. It's working class. It's those at the very bottom of the ladder trying to make literally ends meet. Or we've heard the expression eat or heat our homes, and this is unsustainable and we are at breaking point. And the second aspect is more locally, whether it be linked with council ourselves and indeed the assembly. When the budgets were set and allocated to each department, well over a year ago, it didn't take into account 10% inflation or cost of living. So whenever the schools went back to or reopened there in September for the new term, they're already under budgeted because of the inflation. Like the cost of pencils, toilet paper, and all sorts of stationery has gone up, but the allocated budget has not went up by 10%. And what frustrates me at the executive level is that there is money there that can be allocated to departments to try and offset for inflation. So to receive letters from schools asking parents to contribute to try and cover this inflation it just shows you exactly where we are and where the priorities of political parties are more locally here. And it's quite devastating, and I'm embarrassed sometimes to be a part of a system of political failure in its entirety here. But the last point, Mayor, is the council. We need to be very careful. We could have the best will in the world. Council are nowhere near designed, staffed, or resourced financially to fill that void. If we do, we will put the council into arrears and go bust. And within 6 months, 12 months, if we even try and fill that void. So we can have the best intentions in the world, but we just do not have that scale of budget that the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive do have, and indeed
Alderman
what the
McCready.
UK Treasury would have. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That is all the indicated speakers. Bring in Councillor Jackson to sum up.
Gormilgat, Mayor, and thanks to everybody who spoke in favour of the motion. And I suppose the main point throughout all of this is that we have been let down. We've been let down by successive Tory governments. So and that has led. I think it was yourself, Mayor, who referred to it as a decade of austerity. I would concur with the remarks from Alderman McCready in terms of we wouldn't be holding our breath. For a British Prime Minister, they take into consideration anything that our council has to say, and that sort of just reminds us that the Tory party, and if we're honest, most governments in Britain have no interest in here. They've no interest in what we've got to say. And whilst we should be doing and exploring every option that's available to us, again, I'll go back to the point that I made earlier. We do have an opportunity to protect ourselves from any future Tory governments by taking decisions for ourselves and creating a new Ireland where we can have accountability at the core of all decision making. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor, and just thank everybody for their comments. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And I haven't heard anyone speak against this motion either. So I'm going to assume that this is also unanimous. Yep, unanimous. Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson, for bringing the motion. Moving on to the next motion, Councillor Heaney to move.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I get a seconder?
Second, Mayor, Councillor Fleming.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Fleming, go ahead, Councillor Heaney.
Before I speak to the motion, could I just say I think Councillor McGinley rightly said in a very fitting tribute to Donagh McNeilis that he translated some of our motions, or most of our motions. And this particular motion was translated by Donagh shortly before his untimely death. So I just wanted to inform the meeting of that as it's obviously the last motion that he will translate. So I'll just begin my remarks. So constitutional change is now firmly fixed on the political horizon. It is now no longer a question of if unification will come about, but when, and more importantly, how the process of change will be managed leading up and following unity referendums. The milestones are clear. A National Citizens' Assembly in Irish Unity should be convened and a date should be set for a unity referendum. We need an informed debate to win that referendum. The transition to a national democracy in New Ireland must be orderly, carefully planned, geared towards unlocking a society and economy which is looking forward, inclusive and multicultural. Brexit shows us all the things not to do. The Irish Government has both a constitutional obligation and a duty as co-guarantor of the Good Friday Agreement to plan and prepare for Irish unity. The establishment of a well-resourced, representative, citizens-led Citizens' Assembly would represent a very important part of the planning needed before referendums on Irish unity are held. Recent initiatives within civic society and the welcome and the volume of academic interest and sustained polling results all indicate increasing momentum in the unity campaign. Electoral results across Ireland have shown that the appetite for change and a new Ireland has never been stronger. That reality cannot be ignored. The Taoiseach and government ministers need to be persuaders for a new Ireland, based on the will of the people, and lead in orderly preparations for unity referendums north and south. The work currently being undertaken by the Shared Island Unit is an important stepping stone for preparation of constitutional change, which must follow. Partition has failed. This is the time that the Irish people have the ambition to start preparing a roadmap for an agreed and prosperous united Ireland. It should use its formidable resources, nationally, internationally, to place constitutional future of our country at the centre of its diplomatic missions. An all-Ireland Citizens' Assembly, and we also welcome the decision by the Irish Government to establish 2 Citizens' Assemblies to examine biodiversity loss and the direct election of a Dublin mayor. But an all-Ireland Citizens' Assembly on Irish unity, with the government support and resources, will enable political, civic and cultural identities to become involved in a structured and formal process of change and put its citizens at the heart of shaping a new Ireland and democratise the process. Unionism is part of our shared history, so is Orangeism. It also has to be part of our future. The new Ireland provides an opportunity to join Orange and Green together and make a new dispensation based on equality. A number of factors, including the Brexit debacle, the outworking of the protocol, the behaviour of the British government, and huge societal changes that have taken place in the South, have moved some unionists, especially those who are not politically aligned to the main unionist parties, to consider how their future may be shaped. Space must be created to encourage their participation to the conversation, and everyone is entitled to be part of the future and of ownership in it. A Citizens' Assembly must extend a sincere invitation to all those who call this island their home and make their contribution to the discussion and express their opinions and hopes for the future. Therefore, the first step in the process is to let the voices of our citizens be heard in an all-Ireland Citizens' Assembly. So I'd ask members to support the motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. I'm going to bring in Councillor McKinney, who has indicated that he has an amendment.
Yes, could you please put the amendment up, please? Could we... Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. Look, we fully support the idea of the Citizens' Assembly, and we'd love to see this here in Northern Ireland, as it was committed in the NDNA. We know the conversation around the Constitution is growing, and we welcome discussion, but with the census now showing that there's a growing community of people who may not have decided, we believe that this conversation should be open to all sides of discussion. We do not want another Brexit. And we really should make sure people can make an informed decision. That's why we are proposing a slight amendment where we invite both governments to the discussion and allow for the debate to be inclusive of all views, pro-unity, pro-union and undecided. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Happy to second, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor John Boyle, are you happy to speak on the amendment and the motion, or reserve your comments?
Chair, I'll reserve my comments for the moment. I was pleading to speak on the initial motion, but I'll certainly come back to the amendment as and when I feel it appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harkin, what about you?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, we support the idea and we think it's a very good one to have an All-Ireland Citizens' Assembly to discuss our constitutional future. And we think it should have the widest participation possible. There's been other successful initiatives like that. And I think it needs to be primarily about the people who share this island, who are going to discuss what kind of Ireland they would like to see and how they can make this place something that we can all be proud of and something that will radically change the lives of the vast majority of people on this island. So that means we want to see people in every community encouraged to participate in this and debate things out. So we're in support of the original motion as it was written. There's been other citizens' assemblies used for other issues, and they've been very, very successful in really gauging the opinion, not just of the of the people who have platforms, but of regular people in terms of what they would like to see and elevating those opinions and views. I would like to be as confident as Councillor Heaney about the constitutional future and that a united Ireland is on the way. I want to see a new Ireland. I want to see an Ireland without partition. I'm in favour of a united socialist Ireland. But I think it really matters what kind of Ireland that we're talking about building. I don't believe that the Tory parties that dominate the government in the South can play any role in creating a new Ireland. In fact, I actually think Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael are off-putting in terms of a vision of a new Ireland. There's not much difference between the way the Tories operate in Westminster and the way that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael operate the Dáil. That's why there was 20,000 people in Dublin on Saturday demanding cost of living action. Without those protests, I'm sure that the government would have done very, very little to help people. I think it matters that we're talking about having an All-Ireland, National Health Service that is properly funded, and that we challenge privatisation, that women have a right to choose as a core idea, that we respect workers' rights in a way that no government on this island or Westminster does right now. So I think that will determine whether or not we win the debate about creating a new Ireland. I don't think we should pander to reaction or elites in order to do that, because that will suppress the opinion of ordinary working class people from different communities and different backgrounds. We have to give people an idea that that people's communities can be transformed, and we can't do that without a radical redistribution of both power and wealth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Good timing. Alderman McCready, are you looking to speak on the amendment and the motion, or do you want to reserve?
Mayor, I'm happy to speak on both. So principally, I would be opposed to this motion. It's not one that I would support. I think it's very heavily leaning on shaping a united Ireland, which clearly I'm pro-union, and those who I speak and represent would not be in favour of that. We're not afraid to debate that. The framework of that debate of the citizens' assemblies and for that all Ireland, and that almost is a touch of an erosion of the constitutional infringement, which would certainly be not well received. The existing frameworks within the agreed Belfast Good Friday Agreement is there, so that there is, if democracy wants a pro-union to remain or a United Ireland to leave the United Kingdom, it already exists. So I would see this as it's a political movement, and you're right. You're right to have that, but I won't be supporting it in that vein, I suppose. So I'm pretty clear on this. Pro-union. I want it to work as it is, and even with the hindsight of the damage and the long legacy of what Brexit is doing, and we're still going through, do you seriously consider a United Ireland's going to really be an improvement in that? You think of the scale of what Brexit was, to try and create a United Ireland would be the most unstable thing of a century that would knock us back not only into a recession but as a deep depression. And I'm going to steal Member Harkin's words, because recently I've been spending more attention to the Dáil and Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Sinn Féin and all the right parties. There's a lot of ineptitude down there, the same way there is ineptitude in Westminster. So, and then when I do listen intently, specifically to Sinn Féin, it confuses me, because sometimes when you speak in Northern Ireland context, it is polar opposite to what the position you would take in the Republic of Ireland. And I know that's just my opinion, but it's what I see and what people hear. So I wouldn't be in a very hurry to get into this type of framework to push for a United Ireland, when I want the pro-union to work for everyone. You can be as Irish or as British as you want, or anything in between. It is your country here as much as it is mine, but we're part of the United Kingdom.
Alderman McCready, could you bring your remarks to a close?
Sure. So irrespective of the amendments, which I just think is there for Alliance to have the best of both worlds, I would be opposing both the amendment and indeed the substantive motion, irrespective of where that falls, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Gallagher on the amendment, on both?
I think both, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I definitely wouldn't be supporting the amendment, or and likewise, in the sense of, I don't think the UK government should be involved in anything to do with the Citizens' Assembly or have any influence. And what scares me in the original motion is when it says, in the context of the Good Friday provision for, and I'm sure the proposer is well aware of it, there is a triple lock mechanism, and then operates around the Secretary of State and around the London government and around the House of Lords, that if allowed, they will stall Irish unity for evermore, amen. So that's what would give me concerned. But I'm very much in favour of around the Citizens' Assembly to look at and debate and discuss Irish unity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Boyle on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and on the amendment for now, I think would be appropriate. Mayor, the SDLP won't be supporting the amendment as it's tabled here in front of us. There are a number of reasons for that, but I'm going to keep it short. I mean, we all understand the idea of the citizens' assemblies. For us, it's a good idea. It's something we want to see that happens. And we also want to reach out. We want to help all citizens to respect, understand each other, and examine ourselves and look at how we can move forward as a society and move forward together as Irish and British people living here on the island of Ireland. And that, for us, is the key to this. I mean, it goes without saying, the movement towards independence in other parts of the United Kingdom, in Scotland in particular, is still very much a live issue today. And I'm sorry for putting it this particular way for those who obviously have a particular loyalty to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland as it's currently constituted, but we don't feel that the UK government would have very much to bring to the table in relation to settling this issue among the Irish and British people who live on this island, because their default position has been for very, very many years to retain the status quo and not recognise the very real potential that a united Ireland may present for the Irish and British people who live on the island of Ireland. So to that extent, Mayor, we won't be supporting the amendment as presented to us here by the Alliance Party.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, look, I won't be supporting the amendment, but I will be supporting the original motion. Probably not for the, there's a lot around it that I disagree with. But regarding the constitutional future of Ireland, it is my opinion it must be wholly dependent on the sovereign democratic integrity of the people of Ireland determining their future without any external impediment. And at present, that sovereign democratic integrity is violated by the Westminster Parliament. There's a lot of talk about Good Friday Agreement and the values or democratic values. The reality is, Chair, is that the entry fee and the negotiations which led to the Good Friday Agreement was the prior acceptance of a partitionist outcome. The issue of sovereignty remained firmly and exclusively under the remit of the Westminster Parliament, and the dual referenda held to endorse it was an exercise in electoral theatre, as the vote in the 26 counties had no democratic impact whatsoever on the constitutional status quo. A majority vote in the island was seen as an endorsement for the Good Friday Agreement. However, a majority vote on the island for Irish unity does not secure one. And as Councillor Gallagher pointed out, within the 6 counties, the British Government have a triple lock guarantee. I'm not going to go into it because I don't have time, but maybe in a citizens' assembly, that's the place that you may get the opportunity. But at the time, Peter Brook made a statement that Britain had no selfish, strategic or economic reason to remain in what he called Northern Ireland. That was to ensnare people, to bring people into that agreement. But the reality is that Jack Straw's position is probably more the reality, where he said a broken up United Kingdom would not be in the interests of Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland, but especially not England. Our voting power in the European Union would diminish, would slip down the World League GDP tables. Our case for staying in the G8 would diminish, and there could easily be an assault on our permanent seat in the UN. Chair, I went to a meeting in Letterkenny a couple of weeks back. It's the first time I've been in a venue like that since and there was a lot of former comrades there. And I found it very, very weak. The main thrust of that meeting, Chair, was that we were relying on a British Secretary of State. That in reality, and when questioned, it was this blind faith, and it was actually said by a Republican or a member of Sinn Féin that it's an agreement between two sovereign governments. That absolutely shocked me, but it's probably maybe because I've been out in them circles for so long. But I do think we need to talk. We need to have uncomfortable conversations or conversations with people that we may not feel comfortable with. So for that reason, I will be supporting the original motion. Now, I was in a position yesterday where I had a conversation with a number of people across community event, and after the event, one elderly lady or older lady hung back and she said, "Can I ask you a personal question?" And the question sort of threw me. She says, "What will your United Ireland look like?" And I was sort of stunned initially, just that. But what I did say, which assured her, is that it wasn't an extension of the Free State. We were not looking for the 26 counties, the jurisdiction to be moved in a 32 county Free State. And I think, or she told me that she took great heart from that. It would have been a conversation that I would love to have continued. The problem is with the Letterkenny meeting, there wasn't a single unionist at it. And we need to be talking to unionists, we need to be talking to each other. So for that reason, then I'm prepared to say that they support the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly and Councillor Jackson.
Mayor, just on behalf of Sinn Féin to say that we won't be supporting the amendment. We firmly believe that a new Ireland and self-determination should be set and designed by the people of Ireland, all the people of Ireland. And I'm picking up on Councillor Donnelly's point around engagement with people with a unionist persuasion. And I know I'm from living and working in the waterside. I come into contact with people with a unionist background on a daily basis, and I am increasingly being asked what a new Ireland would look like, and my response is always to them is what our new Ireland would look like, and encouraging people to get involved in the discussions and have and have their voice heard. Now, in respect to the amendment, the amendment calls on a UK government. Now we've spent a huge proportion of the meeting discussing around how that particular government treats people living in this island. They shouldn't, and rightfully so, but they shouldn't be part of any framework to discuss what Ireland's future should look like. Ireland's future will undoubtedly be a future that is free from British government interference, and that's a future that I look forward to raising my children and grandchildren on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And with nobody else indicating to speak on this amendment, I'll ask the Chief Executive to take us through a vote because there is a difference of opinion, and then I'll bring in Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breswell. Alderman Devaney.
Against, John.
Alderman Hussey. Alderman Carrigan.
Against, John.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
Right.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Against, John.
Councillor Carr.
Against, John.
Councillor Cusick.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Doyle. Councillor Duffy.
Against.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
For, John.
Councillor Fleming.
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Heaney.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Logue. Councillor McGinley.
Against, John.
Councillor McGowan.
Against, John.
Sorry,
Councillor
John.
Booth.
Patricia Logue here against.
Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKinney.
For, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
Councillor Shinoy Barr. And Councillor Tierney.
Against, John.
Thank you. Mayor, I have recorded 27 against and 2 for, no abstentions, so the amendment falls.
Okay, thank you, Chief Executive. So back to the original motion, and I have an indication from Councillor Gallagher that he wishes to bring another amendment. So over to you, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's just, I kind of put it in the chat box because it's more about removing. If possible, that we could remove in the third paragraph, in the last line, in the context of the Good Friday provision. If that be removed. Can I speak to it, Mayor?
Can we get a seconder for that first?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, when we look at the second paragraph, and in the second paragraph, it says citizens' assemblies are powerful democratic exercises that inform citizens, allowing them to debate specifics, develop positions, and inform policy. Do you see, if we ring fence this in the context of the Good Friday provision, then we are limiting the value of the Citizens' Assembly. We're not allowing for any expansion. We're not allowing for any debate. We're getting curtailed by something that's already there and has got, my opinion, has got a lot of weaknesses. So if we leave that out, we allow for the Citizens' Assembly or assemblies to come up with democratic processes that will inform the way forward around constitutional change for a unity referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
I'll speak on both if you don't mind, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mayor, Councillor McKinney's amendment was to try and ensure other voices could be represented in this debate, but unfortunately it failed, and it seems that if due to this motion, if you don't have a view of a United Ireland, then your views are not welcome. The truth is, Mayor, that there's a strong views on either side of this debate, and I respect both. But what I'd love to see is a debate that's fully informed by all sides and welcomes different views. The reality is that there's a growing community who are undecided, and they will need to be informed by both sides of the debate what the pros and cons are. I have called the UK government out on this meeting tonight on the treatment of our citizens, but they do have a role to play in this debate. So, Mayor, there are many out there who are facilitating an open conversation, and we welcome that. But this motion does not give that space for different views, so we can't support this motion. And as far as Councillor Gallagher's amendment, we can't support that either, because the Good Friday is a Good Friday agreement is a pillar to this next part of the debate. So, Mayor, we won't be supporting the amendment nor the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, and Chair, look, just that attitude for the previous speaker there, saying we have to be narrowed in our debate, but and it has to be within this confines of, Councillor Gallagher's point is that there's diversity here, there's different opinions. Just I'll be brief. Paragraph 33 of Good Friday Agreement actually says the Westminster Parliament, whose power to make legislation for Northern Ireland would remain unaffected. And that's the reality. At every process, British legislative control prevails here. There's currently a private member's bill that's going before Westminster Parliament seeking to amend the terms and conditions of future referendums seeking constitutional change within the UK, known as the Referendums Criterion Bill. It seeks the following changes to future polls. I haven't time to read it all out, but there's 2 points in it. And one of them is the number of those who vote in the referendum is equal to or greater than 55% of all those on the current electoral register. You have to have 55% turnout. That's not democracy. And then the next one, number 4, goes the number of those who vote in favour of the proposition is equal to or greater than 60% of those who vote in the referendum. Already we see the Brits here trying to change the goalposts in constitutional issues. So I would agree with Councillor Gallagher. Have people here the will. They open it up. They allow people to have that debate, or is it what do you want? Here's your dinner. What do you want for your dinner? So I would ask people to support Councillor Gallagher's amendment. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mayor. To remove this line, which is an agreement, signed by both the UK government and the Republic of Ireland government and the 2 guarantors, and the history to where we've got to just say, well, let's just remove the Good Friday provision when we discuss things about unity or remaining as part of the UK is strange. Quite telling, I suppose, of, well, we're going to have a set of discussions, but I don't want the the Good Friday Agreement to be core of it, and that's what was agreed, and that's what's got us here now. It might not be perfect, and I suppose the undertone of this is, given that last vote, those that were overtly pro United Ireland excluded the UK government. I give my reasons why. But how come, if we're serious about having any conversation, to exclude one of the parties of the Good Friday Agreement within anything else? It's again strange. But this doesn't change my original position, so I would still be against this new amendment and against the substantive motion, no matter which way that falls, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and we will not be supporting this amendment. And look, the Good Friday Agreement, whether you like it or not, yes, and it has its difficulty. It's the pillar of which our government is built on, and yes, it has difficulties time and time again, and we continually hear the Good Friday Agreement flagged up. We talk about a new Ireland, a united Ireland. And we listen about people, they want unionists to be involved in that discussion. I would ask any Republican to give me quite a number of reasons why I would want a united Ireland as a unionist. And when you look at the history, Madam Mayor, for the last 100 years since Northern Ireland has been found, when you take the 26 counties, the Republic of Ireland, and the measures, the issues and around the Protestant community down in the Republic of Ireland, their numbers are not growing. They've been getting less and less and less. And I think if some Republicans would look through the history to see how the Protestant community have been treated down there for the last 100 years, it has been diabolical. And we talk about history. I think we need to look at every side of history when it comes to issues of a united Ireland. But I would like to know I have relatives who live in the Republic, and we talk about difficulties, financial difficulties. They have the same difficulties down here as we have here in Northern Ireland. But Madam Mayor, we will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will keep it brief because I know it'll come as absolutely no surprise to anyone on this meeting tonight that the SDLP consider the Good Friday Agreement the cornerstone of very much that we have achieved over the last 20 to 30 years. It has brought us the peace that we now know, relatively speaking. To remove the Good Friday Agreement in the context of a future debate in relation to what a new Ireland would look like would, quite frankly, be absolutely and totally and utterly ridiculous thing to do. We won't be supporting the amendment for that very straightforward and simple reason. Yes, we have had a very long, convoluted and complicated history here on this island. And from listening to Alderman Devaney, and I have great respect for Alderman Devaney's views on many, many things. However, the whole purpose and the whole idea and the concept of these citizens' assemblies is to afford all of us just that very opportunity to listen to each other and try to formulate and build an island that we all live together on, and where we build a future that is prosperous, primarily for our children and their children and in the generations moving forward. And for me, I often say, please do hear me, because I genuinely do want to listen to you. I think it's very important that we actually do cherish absolutely everyone who lives in this land, whether they be Irish or British. So we won't be removing from our end anyway, certainly, the context of the Good Friday Agreement in relation to this motion. So that's where I'm coming from on behalf of the SDLP this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle, and that concludes the speakers on this amendment. So I take this to a vote now. Chief Executive.
Alderman Breslin. Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Hussey. Alderman Carrigan.
Right, trying to get in there, John. Derek here against.
Against, John.
Thank you. Thank you both. Alderman McCready,
Against?
Councillor Jason Barr,
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr,
Against.
Councillor John Boyle,
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle,
Against, John.
Councillor Carr,
Against, John.
Councillor Cusick,
Against.
Councillor Donnelly,
For.
Councillor Doyle, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Farrell,
Against.
Councillor Ferguson,
Against.
Councillor Fleming,
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher,
For.
Councillor Harkin,
Abstain.
Councillor Heaney,
Against.
Councillor Jackson,
Against.
Councillor Kelly,
Against.
Councillor Logue,
Against, John.
Councillor McGinley,
Against, John.
Councillor McGowan,
Against, John.
Councillor McHugh,
Against.
Councillor McKinney,
Against, John.
Councillor Mooney,
Against.
Councillor O'Neill,
Abstain.
Councillor Riley,
Against. Apologies, against.
Councillor Sianoy Barr,
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against, John.
Thank you. Mayor, I've recorded 26 against, 2 for, and 2 abstentions, so the amendment falls.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Okay, without any further speakers in the chat box, I'm going to revert to the mover of the motion, Councillor Heaney, to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just to say, and welcome the discussion and the debate and the comments from members here. But what this motion is proposing is to create a forum for people's views on shaping our constitutional future. So all the various contributions and the differences of opinion in terms of what the direction we should go in, that's exactly what this structure is there to do. It's a well-tried and tested methodology for the running to referendums on various issues. There were citizens' assemblies established in advance of the marriage equality referendum and a whole range of all the major constitutional issues facing the state. This began with the process of a citizens' assembly, so we're suggesting that comes forward. Again, I'm slightly disappointed at Alderman McCready's response to this. Political unionism can't just put their fingers in their ears as this discussion is happening. The conversation is well underway and their views need to be heard. As other members have said, ordinary unionists want to discuss this. They want to hear and get involved in the discussions around a new Ireland, and that's increasing daily. It was mentioned earlier in the meeting. There's going to be a huge event in Dublin this weekend, where there are many people from a unionist tradition who will be attending and indeed speaking at it. So I would encourage anyone who's available to try and get to that. So anyway, Mayor, just that's all I want to say. I want to thank members for their contributions and for supporting, hopefully, this motion when it goes to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney, and I'll pass back to Chief Executive for a formal vote.
Thanks again, Mayor. Alderman Devaney,
Against.
Alderman Hussey,
Against.
Alderman Carrigan,
Against, John.
Alderman McCready,
Against?
Councillor Jason Barr, Councillor Raymond Barr,
For.
Councillor John Boyle,
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle,
For, John.
Councillor Carr,
John.
Councillor Cusick,
For.
Councillor Donnelly,
For.
Councillor Doyle, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Edwards,
For.
Councillor Farrell,
For.
Councillor Ferguson,
Against, John.
Councillor Fleming,
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher,
For.
Councillor Harkin,
For.
Councillor Heenan,
For.
Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kelly,
For.
Councillor Logue,
For.
Councillor McGinley,
For, John.
Councillor McGowan,
For, John.
Councillor McHugh, Councillor McKinney,
Against, John.
Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Riley,
For.
Councillor Senior Barr,
For.
Councillor Tierney.
For, John.
Thank you. Mayor, recording 23 for and 6 against, so the substantive motion passes.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Well done, Connor. Moving on to the next motion in the name of Senior Bar. Lily, I'm just going to ask you, you are really difficult to hear tonight. So when you're speaking, could you just speak a wee bit louder? I don't know if it's your mic, but there's real difficulty in hearing you. And I see that Councillor Tierney has seconded that motion. So go ahead. Thank you.
Try, Mayor, just could you please confirm you can hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for, I'll take the motion as read, and I will try to be as brief as possible. So for many women across the world, constant painful and intense cramping, bloating, and severe headaches are a regular monthly occurrence, which can last for up to 5 days each time. The situation is even worse for women suffering from endometriosis, a condition where tissue similar to the lining of the womb grows in other parts of the body. The pain can become so debilitating and intense that some will faint at work, preventing them from working at all. In brief, period pain is very common, and menstrual-related symptoms vary from person to person. While some women cruise through their monthly cycle, many others experience a range of side effects and can have a profound effect on their working life. It's worth remembering that 1 in 10 women across the UK are living with endometriosis. That figure is likely much higher given the difficulty most women face securing a diagnosis. In the north of Ireland, it still takes a shocking average of 8 years to get diagnosed with endometriosis. And according to figures secured by the SDLP MLS through assembly question, waiting list for gynecology first consultant-led out-of-patient appointment is among the largest after ENT and general surgery. At present, 30,574 patients are sitting on colossal waiting list for referrals for gyno-related issues. Despite this, for far too many years, women facing debilitating and creeping pain have been expected to just pull through themselves together and go to work. The truth is that the absence of paid leave means many women simply have no other option but to try to work through the pain. Leniency and understanding from employers will go a long way in supporting women in these circumstances. So, menstrual leave has existed in various forms around the world for at least a century. Countries like Indonesia, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, and Zambia. And in fact, the Soviet Union introduced a national policy in 1922. And just recently, Spain introduced a bill in the Cortes, the first country in Europe to do so. So I'm not asking for something new or something dramatic. It is something that has happened in other countries and we have been left behind as usual. The bill allows in Spain workers experiencing period pain to an unlimited amount of time off with a state social security system, not employers picking up the tab for the medical leave, and for those severely affected would have pathways to rest when they need it most. They're happier and more productive at work, and as a result, find it easier to remain in the market, in the labor market. So I hope that this council will unanimously support this motion, as it will greatly benefit our staff and perhaps result in other councils in Northern Ireland traveling the same path. Women should not be expected to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and go to work when we are literally losing blood and in so much pain while doing so. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sonoy Bar.
Was that me, Mayor? You just went
Yeah,
on.
sorry, I cut myself off. Sorry. Go ahead, Emma.
Gurma, Mayor, for letting me in, and thank you, Councillor Sonoy Bar, for bringing forward this really, really important motion. I will be brief, as Lillian has quite clearly laid out the case for the motion to pass. It should be noted, as is noted in the motion, that over recent times a lot of work has gone on the tackling period poverty. And Mayor, I know this is something that you've worked very hard on and you're quite passionate about, but more must be done to destigmatise menstruation for all those who do experience it. And we should be doing all that we can to support workers. And when workers face circumstances that induce anxiety or stress that are painful and uncomfortable, we, and indeed all employers, should be doing what we can to support our staff. And one way of doing that is offering paid leave where it's needed, as is proposed within this motion. So as I said, I will be brief. For those reasons, Sinn Féin will be in full support of this motion today. Gormagan.
Thank you, Councillor McGinley and Councillor McKinney.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for letting us in there. We fully support this motion, and I know it's really geared for adults, etc. But can I just ask the question here, and I hope Lillian maybe can answer it for me. What happens if a female pupil needs to take time off from work due to obviously period pain? Is there attendance marked against them? It's really, I know maybe it's not really relevant with this, because this is really geared for adults, but I'd just like to know what happens in that case. Thank you.
Mayor, can I come in? Thank you, Mayor. I think
go ahead.
This motion is about women. So whether you're 18 years of age, 11 years of age, this is about paid menstrual leave if you are in work, to be able to stay, whatever you decide, either stay at home, stay in bed, and get well before you go back to work. So it is not geared into adults, it's geared to women and girls who get menstrual periods.
Mark, may I come back there, please?
No,
Okay,
it's not a conversation, it's a debate. Sorry. Councillor McKinney, if you wish to pose another question, put your name back in the chat box and we will come back to you. But I'm moving on to Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to fully support the motion and speak on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, but I do so cognizant that I don't have a womb. I've never experienced period pain, and I'm unlikely to experience it in the future. So the research which is laid out, the figures, and even the name of the bloody good period, as a title in itself of the research document, is in itself tackling, the stigma around period and period pain. So I would certainly, anything which is towards the emancipation of women in the workforce in particular, or if they're younger and in school, then that's catered for it. It's a biological, I wouldn't like to call it a problem, but something that needs to be given due regard in the workplace and in school. And anything that we can do to shape and spearhead that as a council, then let's progress that in any way we can. So good work for bringing this forward, and you have our full support. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sonoy Bar for bringing this motion forward. I think this is a perfect example of why we need more women and females within politics, because we get these amazing motions forward that highlight what we're lacking. At this moment in time, I know so many women who'll go to the doctors with endometriosis or polycystic ovaries, and sometimes they're met with a, is it not period pain? Because there's so little known around period pain. I think this is a brilliant way to show that there are different levels of period pain, different experiences for every woman, every female when it comes to period. And I think this is something that we should bring in. I think Councillor McKinney was trying to ask if it could be extended to schools. So say someone wasn't necessarily marked down because of absence of period pains, that's absolutely fine. And I think Alderman McCready's given me an idea, Mayor. Maybe we should get a machine in to replicate period pain for some of our male counterparts. I think that would be a great one. But again, this is another way of us highlighting the things that impact us and how little research has been done around menstrual cycles or even women's health. So well done, Councillor Sina Bar. Fully support this motion and look forward to what comes out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and People Before Profit will be supporting this motion. I think the struggle is real. You know, so many people who menstruate are having to just, you know, suffer on through and be as productive as they would normally be during heavy and hard and painful periods. And you know, I think the fact that this isn't in existence, that it's the it's a rare occurrence rather than the norm. Just goes to show you how little acknowledgement there is for reproductive health care, particularly women's health care. You know, across this world, there's a poor priority for it and there's poor funding for it. When we look at pelvic health care within our health system, it's incredibly underfunded. Even when we look at the knowledge and the research that goes into menstruation and reproductive health care, it's not nowhere near enough. And as people have already highlighted, the diagnosis levels of endometriosis and polycystic ovaries is, you know, it goes completely undiagnosed. And I know I've supported colleagues through union duties in the work to get flexible work and to try and manage their endometriosis, which again really isn't taken seriously enough. So, you know, I think with protections like this for people who menstruate, I think it will enable a lot more women in particular to fully participate in working duties without being unfairly prejudiced against. And I think it's a positive step for equality. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. No further speakers in the chat box. So Councillor Sina Bar, I'm going back to you to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and many thanks to everyone who has spoken positively on this motion. And just for our male colleagues here, most women try to push through and go to work in so much pain. And this is often because they feel reluctant to disclose menstrual-related symptoms for being, or the fear of being perceived as weak or incapable of doing their jobs. And we need to break the stigma of period pain, follow the example of these countries that have done really well in recognizing that women should be entitled to paid menstrual leave to enable them to live happier and healthier lives. I'm really pleased that this motion has passed unanimously, and that this council believes that this policy will hopefully lead to employees who might otherwise deny or internalize pain as a direct employer-endorsed pathways to rest, which is a fair deal for everyone. So thank you very much for supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sina Bar. And I haven't heard anyone speak against it. In fact, everybody has spoken very supportive of the motion. So I'll let it hang for a second. Excellent. Unanimous, Councillor Sina Bar. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to the next motion, Councillor Mooney.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for bringing me in, and I'd be grateful if you take the motion as read.
Have you a seconder?
Hopefully.
Brian Tierney.
Thank you, Brian. Excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian. Members, after the success of the Maritime Festival in July, I felt it important to look at what we as a local authority could do to capitalise on the success and how we could further expand our offering on what is undoubtedly a key recreation asset in our city and district, namely the River Foyle, and it being a key regional destination for water-based leisure and recreation. By way of background, members, Blueways Ireland was launched in 2019 and is a collaboration of all 4 sport and tourism bodies on our island. Blueways is a new offering on island that aims to celebrate and promote our rivers, lakes, waterways and coastal areas. They also aim to encourage more people to participate in outdoor water-based activities. Blueways can be defined simply as an approved and branded multi-activity recreational trails and sites based on and closely linked with the water, together with providers facilitating access to activities and experiences. There are already 3 in existence, but there isn't any in the north of our country. Simply put, members, there's a set of criteria, and it's a 3-step development stage involved in this process. And I believe by looking at it, that our council officers have the capacity and experience to fulfil this application. We have already developed the following to a high standard in our city and district, namely our greenways. We have greenways out the line, the waterside, currently Strathfoyle's coming into operation soon, and we have one in Culmore and Muff and one for the Buncrana Road. We also have the potential of the Riverine project in Strabane. Looking at a map of our city and district, we already have entry points along the River Foyle, namely a Strabane Canal, the Gribben. We have the Riverine project as already, that's coming online, hopefully not for an hour while, but it should be coming on soon. We have the Perham Boathouse and the pontoon. We have the Foyle Marina. We have the Foyle Port, and we have locations on Lough Foyle, namely around Moville and the Causeway Coast as well. We also have our providers in the city and district, namely the Rowing Club, Far and Wild, Anish Adventures. We also have Foyle Paddlers, and we have the local triathlon club here in Derry and a new triathlon club which has been established in Strabane. So simply, members, the motion is quite succinct in that it is asking that we should appropriately signify the proper directorate to investigate the feasibility and bring a paper back to the relevant committee to allow us to contemplate the feasibility of developing the project. Members, we have developed our greenway facilities, but I think it's time now we looked at our blueway facilities and named the River Foyle, and I think this would be a key moment for us to do this. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak. We fully support this motion, and I can say from my own point of view, I was recently on holiday down on there in Shannon Waterways, which is part of this project, Blueways Ireland, and it was incredible the amount of people we met when we were on the boat and pulling into different places. There was Germans, there was Dutch, Polish, Americans, you name it. They were from all over the world, and we're thoroughly enjoying the holiday. But in that, they were also putting money back into the economy and creating jobs as well. So we will be fully supporting this motion. And thank you, Councillor Mooney, for bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. And on behalf of Sinn Féin, we are more than happy to support this proposal. And thanks, Councillor Mooney, Sean, for bringing it in. The fact that the existing Blueways routes cover much of the western side of the country, connecting the Shannon, southern Lough Derg and Shannon Erne, means it is crying out for the northwest to align to the Blueways networks. And obviously it makes absolute sense for the sections of the Northwest Greenways to be incorporated into the Blueways network, along with sections of the Foyle and the Swilly estuaries, the Bann estuary, and other key river routes, which will maximise and further enhance the tourism potential of our local Blueways and also complement Derry's Tris as a hub between the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway coastal routes. And we look forward to working with others to see this proposal progress, and hopefully with our neighbouring councils, Donegal County Council and Causeway Coast and Glens. And between the 3 of us, we have a lot of assets to bring to a Blueways network, which obviously picks on many of the places which Councillor Mooney has mentioned. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Alderman McCready.
Mayor, thank you. I want to thank Member Mooney for bringing this forward. It's an impressive one. As I say, I was going to say blue sky thinking, but it's Blueways thinking. So on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, entirely fully support the motion, and I'd love to contribute in any way we can. This was would almost run in parallel or catching up with the greenways. So many positives to share with you, but they've all been covered. So well done, and this has got our full support. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Mooney. Alderman McCready has already expressed the party's support. Could I just welcome it from a parochial perspective? I know that there are tentative plans reference a trail along the River Derg taking us up to Loch Derg, and with the connection into the Loch Derg area via this, there's obviously a continuation that will benefit all along as we go forward, and the cooperation, mutual benefit with our neighbouring council in Donegal is a welcome project going forward. And I'm sure, knowing the councillors that I know from County Donegal, that they will welcome this as well. So thank you, Councillor Mooney, and the party support has already been expressed by Alderman McCready. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. No further speakers, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Mooney to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the members who spoke there, Councillor McKenna, Fleming, and Alderman McCready, Alderman Hussey. I'd like to thank them for their full support. It was a motion that I looked at over the summer after the Maritime Festival, and I thought it would be a great way to capitalise on our greenways and our existing infrastructure, and to incorporate the green into the blue aspect, and more so trying to utilise and our own River Foyle, and to try and maximise its actual potential that we have. And I'm really happy to hear that everybody's in full support, and I look forward to see how it progresses. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Mooney, I don't hear anyone speaking against the motion, so I believe it may be unanimous again. Yeah, unanimous, excellent. Folks, the time has reached 5 to 10, so I think just a quick comfort break, and we'll return at 10:05. Just give people a chance to stand up and stretch their legs. Okay, folks, ready to go again. Home straight, hopefully. Alderman Hussey, your motion is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read if I've got a seconder?
Yep, and Alderman McCready has just seconded, so go ahead.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I will be very, very brief on this particular motion, Mayor. It's one that was undertaken last year via the then Mayor, Alderman Walk. And I'm simply asking that Council would repeat what they did last year. I don't believe in need to go into the rationale and reasons. I think it's fairly simple that we should be supporting those throughout our district who have endured baby loss within their families across the entire area. I know that the lighting of council buildings, and in particular in my own area, Derry Castle, was widely welcomed and appreciated by many people in the area, and I'm simply asking that council would undertake that again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks as well to Alderman Hussey for putting forward the motion. Like him, I'll be brief as well, just to say that very worthwhile cause, and I know, Mayor, that you yourself have actually met with Baby Loss Awareness Group locally, so I commend you for that as well. But on behalf of Sinn Féin, just to say that we totally support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, again, it's not often you get three there councillors brief in a row, but I'll be brief. Mayor, fully support this and thank Alderman Hussey for bringing it. I wasn't originally meant to speak this. It's going to be my colleague, Andrew Dobbins, who's done a lot of work around this issue across the district. And I just think, I just want to give some praise to her today here, Mayor. Yep, as Alderman Hussey said, there's no need to go into the details of this. We all know people impacted. I think it's 1 in 4. It's hugely emotive for those who suffered the loss, Mayor. But the one thing I would like to confirm is if we can get, and I think it goes through your budget, Mayor, but I would like to confirm if we can get the tinnies in Strabane lit up as well, as long with the Alley Theatre, Mayor. I did want to put an amendment to that, but I would appreciate if they were both lit up, because people locally in Strabane have contacted me about this, Mayor. Thank you very much, and thank you, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And again, we might have 4 there councillors being brief here in a row, but no, fully support the motion. And again, as Alderman Hussey brought it last year, and it is fully support. Again, we don't have to go into the history of the whole thing. It's a very, very worthwhile charity, and there are it's such tragedies that people have to suffer and bear with the loss of children, and it's a tragedy for people have to deal with it. And again, any wee thing we can do in that regard. So no, we're more than happy to support it. And we just on a one wee final point, just maybe we can try and keep the castle site as well being lit up when other buildings are being lit up. But we'll look into that another day. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan and Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, people before profit are happy to support this motion. I think it's really, really important. As other councillors have said, it is something that impacts a lot of people and families, and I think it's also something that can be very invisible for people. People often suffer it alone or suffer it in silence. So I think this outward display of support, I think, is really important. So we're happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill, and I appreciate everybody being brief. As Councillor McHugh has said, I have met with the group here locally and had agreed in terms of council buildings, but I think that it's absolutely right that the Dare Castle be eliminated as well. As for the tinnies, I'm not sure if there's an issue with the tinnies at the minute, but we will certainly look into it. But no, absolutely no problem in getting these buildings lit up. So I believe that this is another one that is unanimous. So I'll just give it a second.
Briefly, if I may.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I will be brief. It's just to say thanks to all council colleagues for their support in this. I didn't expect anything else, to be very honest. the tonnage has been mentioned there, and I have asked for what happened last year, and to the best of my recollection, the tonnage was illuminated last year, so hopefully that will be taken on board. Obviously, our technical folk will be aware of what happened last year, and it's simply a repeat of that. But thanks sincerely to each and every one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussain. I will give it a second, but I do believe it's unanimous. Yeah, unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to the next motion in the name of Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. We could get a seconder.
Happy to second, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead, Maeve.
Yeah, just to have the motion as read. So we're the only jurisdiction on these islands now they have implemented the repeal of old mineral permissions. I'll just call that ROMPs from here on. And this failure has significant consequences for the environment and also for councils across the north. It has been legislated for, but this legislation has never been commenced. And you know the reason for ROMPs are to ensure that all active mines and quarries here have planning conditions that complies with modern environmental standards, bringing us under line with Britain and the south of Ireland, and also to ensure that dormant quarries can't be returned to use before their planning conditions have been reviewed, and also to ensure that the review process meets the requirements of planning regulations 1999, specifically environmental impact assessments. But ROMPs has been delayed repeatedly by government here because of the economic burden it would impose on the North's mineral industry if quarry operators were required to apply modern day environmental standards to historic operations. And historically, the successful lobbying by the Quarry Products Association, which is now called the Minerals Product Association Northern Ireland, is the reason why ROMPs was repeatedly delayed by central government. And in effect, those in power repeatedly placed the private interests of harmful extractivist companies ahead of environmental protection here and thus the health of people here. And so, having successfully delayed ROMPs for years, the MPANI now supports its commencement and implementation because its members are currently being undercut by increasing numbers of rogue operators, and that's their term, who are taking advantage of the lax environmental regulation of historic quarries in the north due to the absence of ROMPs. So, while acknowledging that historic mineral operations can have a major impact on the environment, there's been 4 consecutive departments in Stormont that have not sought to quantify the extent to which environmental harm has occurred and is continuing to occur because of their decision not to commence ROMPs. So, kind of after decades of delays, the department now intends to move ahead with the commencement of ROMPs legislation that was announced by Minister Mallon in March this year. But this is going to have significant implications for local authorities. And just briefly, this is because when planning powers passed to councils in April 2015, so did the responsibility for the implementation, and which is now becoming clear, the liability for ROMPs. And not only could the implementation of ROMPs become a major and resource-intensive exercise for council, but worrying signs from other councils suggest it will also become a major financial burden and liability for us and other local authorities. So, in the interest of fairness and accountability, the department should be asked to legislate to take back responsibility for ROMPs and to sort out the environmental mess it has created and now dumped on public authorities. And there's also the argument that administering ROMPs from within the department would also eliminate any risk of inconsistency of approach if undertaken by 11 public authorities. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Huss or Alderman Hussey, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and can I express my support for the motion as presented? I am someone who, understands that mining or extraction of any kind can only take place where the materials are, and would be supportive of that. But one thing that I am constant about is that the reinstatement of quarried ground or mineral extraction wherever it may happen to be. That is something that has to be maintained, is the reinstatement of ground. And too often, as has been pointed out by Councillor O'Neill, you have rogue contractors who do not undertake that work. The last paragraph of the motion is particularly welcome also. It's very easy for government to enact these things and then just pass it on to local councils. As Councillor Neil says, for consistency, this has to be dealt with at the central level, where all of this planning emanates from anyway. So I welcome the motion, and I personally will be supporting it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey and Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to this issue, as already outlined, Nicola Mallon issued a statement on the 27th of March this year, indicating her intention as a minister then, at that time, to commence review of the old mineral permissions legislation. In the statement, it was highlighted and recognised that the concerns of those living near to quarry sites and to the industry, as well as recognising the need for additional legislation to incorporate environmental impact assessments and to protect existing nature conservation interests as well. The statement also recognises the concerns of councils in regard to the additional burdens of reviewing ROMP sites, as they're called, by looking at phased approval of implementation and by bringing in a fee for applications. In light of this, having sought the views on this, Mayor, we would support the ask contained in the motion, and that the ROMPS review will bring could possibly bring an extra burden on an already hard-pressed planning system for this council. If this does not materialise, then the council should be properly resourced if they are expected to carry out these reviews when or if they're brought into operation. We would hope that the current minister will look sympathetically at this when he's reviewing this legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney and Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm grateful to Councillor O'Neill for moving the motion and indeed for her remarks, because I must confess to being a bit confused when I first read the motion, as the prologue to it seemed to be going in one direction, namely seeking the commencement of Section 129 of the Act, but in fact it goes on to outline that the motion is really asking us to write to the Minister, asking that the statutory requirements of Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 of Section 129 of the Act imposing Council would be removed from it and moved to the Department in the event that Section 129 is commenced. I have a somewhat cursory knowledge of planning, Mayor, so I would find it beneficial if officers could clarify what exactly Section 129 of the Act imposes on Council. I'm conscious any of this will involve, as Councillor O'Neill has outlined, will involve a degree of work greater than I might think, but I'm also asking officer guidance because I seem to recall that the initial review work may already have been undertaken, if not substantially completed by council officers, and the number of hard rock quarries across the district wasn't that high. Mayor, notwithstanding what officers may advise as a party, we don't really have an issue with the motion, not least, unfortunately, because with no functioning assembly, it remains somewhat academic. We all know the challenges that have existed within council as a result of the transfer of planning powers and the many unrealistic targets that were set. And if this motion lessens the administrative burden on council or secures a better financial outcome on ROMS fees or otherwise increases departmental support, then well and good. But I wanted to highlight that point because to my mind, there has been a huge amount of work already undertaken by council as a result of the planning reforms. And as the data sets informing such work already exist in council, albeit as part of our LDP baseline study work rather than directly in response to Section 129, the work attached to the eventual commencement of Section 129 may well be less onerous than it would initially appear. Gurmagat, Amira.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly, I don't believe that there's a council officer online who might be able to answer those queries, but you've indicated that you're prepared to support the motion anyway. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me in, and thanks to Councillor O'Neill for bringing forth the motion. It is, we have obviously had difficulties. There's always been difficulties there in regards to mining. And again, any of those connected to the planning committee will note the amount of the time any of these mineral or any mining activity how long those processes take to get permissions, and how the amount of them as well that are in the Planning Appeals Commission. So having appeal decisions which the council has taken. So it is a difficult one, and again, consistency right across Northern Ireland. So therefore, referring this back centrally to get the decisions made, then it's maybe hopefully taking a bit of pressure off our own planning services. But we do have, just they're not all, not every mining application is evil, if you want to use it in that terms, and I don't like using that, but with brackets there. I recall it's not that long ago we had a very, very positive application that came in through the planning committee. So there are responsible developers in there as well. So there are some now that are chancing the arm a wee bit, but there are some that are exceptionally responsible and very adamant and clear in their environmental responsibilities, and as Alderman Hussey's referred to, as in leaving it back the way it should be, restoring the ground as it has. So no, we're content enough to support Councillor O'Neill's motion at this stage. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. No one else in the chat box. So, Councillor O'Neill, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, just to touch on Councillor Kelly's point, I suppose from my understanding, to implement ROMPs, it's going to involve the council undertaking an exercise to identify and establish the current status of all historic permissions and dormant quarries in this council area, because that's what this is about. It's about historic permissions that are that people are operating without any new permissions or new assessments. So this is going to be hampered further as it's becoming clear that many of the old historic files are incomplete and have gone missing at the time of transfer during the local government reform. Also, environmental impact assessment screening, and in many cases, a habitats regulations assessment is going to need to be undertaken for each site, and officials will be required to consider whether new planning conditions need to be imposed to comply with modern day environmental standards, which they probably will, and whether any quarries need to be subject to EIAs. And the council is also going to be responsible for any appeals, hearings, and judicial reviews that arise as a result of decisions it makes or fails to make under ROMP. So that's the consequences for councils because of this. And the whole situation is a scandal, like happening on our own doorstep. We've got the Kildogue Road illegal sand and gravel quarrying, where there was destruction of badger sets and other priority habitats. And ROMPs would have ensured the permissions there would have been reviewed and modern environmental standards enforced. In terms of the fact of not quantifying the extent to which environmental harm has occurred as a result of this, it shouldn't be ruled out that this is undone science, and it's a willful approach by central government to ensure that the actual extent of harm from historic operations is suppressed in case councils and the general public begin raising concerns. DFI here have built up considerable risk, trouble, and liabilities for public authorities. Liabilities that are already severely and unfairly affecting other councils in the north here. And we need to place accountability where it belongs, and that's with the department that's created this impending environmental disaster. And complicity in environmental destruction wreaked by badly regulated minerals industry has become our planning system's shameful and enduring legacy here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor O'Neill, I don't believe that anyone spoke against this motion either. So I'm going to wait. Nope. Councillor O'Neill, looks like that is unanimous support as well. So thank you. Moving on to our next notice of motion, which is Councillor Harkin. And sorry, Councillor Harkin, just before you begin to speak or get a seconder, I wish to declare an interest in this motion, and I will abstain when it comes to the vote. So could we get a seconder for the motion?
Happy to second, Eric.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Okay, Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the motion as read. Okay. Yeah. Look, I think everybody understands how crucial and vital respite can be for families and parents of children and adults with a learning disability, and it can really be a lifeline. And it's vital for everybody involved, for the child or adult with a learning disability, and for the parents and for the fuller family. these wee breaks can be absolutely massive in terms of helping people who can be under a lot of pressure at times. But unfortunately, as councillors will know, respite services in our district and in the Western Trust have been constantly under threat, constantly facing interruption, and this has had a massive impact on families, on parents, and on those with learning disabilities, particularly for us in terms of this discussion with the respite provided by Rosebud Cottages. As people will know, the Rosebud was closed in an emergency situation for almost 9 months and was only reopened, partially reopened this August. And families were initially told that it was likely or that the closure would be for 3 months. And then that dragged on for triple the time. And this was led to a lot of distress, led to a lot of difficulties for families. And it meant that those vital breaks could be 2 nights, could be 3 nights, could be up to 4 nights, just didn't happen. And children in particular weren't able to bond with carers, and families weren't able to get a bit of a break and a bit of help. So the point of this motion is to try and make sure that that emergency situation that led to the closure of Rosebud for 9 months doesn't reoccur, because it shouldn't. And you know, if you're talking to any of the families that are involved, and there's many, they will say that they're exhausted fighting for their children, fighting for their loved ones. They're never going to stop, but it's exhausting, and they don't have a lot of time. So we need to take being their advocates and voices very, very seriously. And that's what this is attempting to do tonight. We also know that sometimes the vulnerable are the first victims of cuts. And that's certainly what's happening here, because, you know, Rosebud, there should have been an alternative, and that prolonged closure should have never have happened. So the point of the requests, I think, that are included in the motion are inviting in the relevant Western Trust officials, the Director of Children's and Adult Learning Services, to report on what the plans are to make sure that this emergency situation that developed at Rosebud doesn't happen again. Number two, to explain to us what the plans are to increase staffing, which is to address the staffing shortage, which is right now limiting the even the Rosebud, because it's only partially open, but we want that to be fully opened. But we also need to understand how they're going to expand the number of respite beds for both children and adults with a learning disability right across the Western Trust. And unfortunately, our trust has the worst provision right now. So these are, we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis. A cost of living crisis is hitting these families. But when families are struggling with this, it really just compounds their difficulties and makes them feel that they can't breathe, in the sense that they have so many challenges happening all at once. So I'm hoping that we will get support for this, and an acknowledgement of the challenges that many families have faced, and that these issues, that we can try to hold the Western Trust accountable to addressing this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a slight amendment to the motion, and I put it into the chat box there. Mayor, the way I've done is I couldn't do it in bold, but I have taken out from after Strabane to council, and then after explain to how staff have been sought. And the reason for that, broadly, we support the motion, but the reason for that, we don't believe that it's acceptable in terms of, you know, the trust ensure that there won't be a repeat of the foreseeable situation that led to Rosebud Cottage housing a single child. I mean, I understand where Councillor Harkin is coming from on that, but I don't think that we, as a council, should but you know, there's a family involved there, and I'm very conscious of the sensitivities around that issue at the time. And I know I had spoke to the trust myself about another child from my own area in regards to this and needing respite. Every situation is different. We don't know if there'll be another situation like this, and that's the unfortunate thing about it. And there should never be any situation like this going forward. No doubt this was a hard decision to be taken. However, we believe that the decision was taken by professional people with no other option at that time. That said, we agree there is a great need in our council district area for respite beds and staff to help all carers. There is inadequate provision for normal respite, as well as no provision for carers whose loved ones require a more intensive care package, which may require a single person setting. This is not a new situation, Mayor. And I know, speaking to my colleague Patricia Logue, who attended a meeting in Hollywell Trust, which was attended by the Children's Commissioner, Kula Yusum, where she was told by a parent that her child had been sent to England as there was no specialist care facility here in the north to meet that child's needs. And I know parents in Strabane who've had to send their children to Scotland. So we need to ask, what has the Children's Commissioner, what has been done on this matter since being made aware of the situation? The Health Minister obviously has a role here also. The Western Trust is the authority tasked with providing respite and caring facilities in our district council area, need to be doing all they can to ensure everyone gets a respite break when it is required. So we have no problem requesting that they come to this council to brief us on all matters relating to this requirement, but we do believe that taking out those sentences because of that situation that pertained to one child is the right thing to do, because as I said, there's sensitivities around that, and we believe the professionals at the time made that decision on the merit that they made in regards to the circumstances of the child and the family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I second that, Mayor. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Thank you. Councillor Tierney on the amendment, or do you want to wait?
Mayor, I'm happy to wait. I just want to read over the amendment again, just if you don't mind.
Okay. Councillor Barr?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I just talked to the motion. This is something that I can empathise with. I know from personal experience how important a short break from caring can be for someone. Care for someone as an exhausting experience, which it leaves you little time for yourself and family. And remember, most of these carers are unpaid as well. I know the pressure a lack of respite can bring to bear on a family tasked with looking after a loved one isn't itself capable of causing even more harm to a family already struggling to cope. Poor mental health caused by stress, exhaustion, and anxiety. Friction and splits in the family when the blame game starts. The vast majority of these carers looking after a family member with cognitive impairment are mostly not qualified. The knock-on effect of a shortage of respite is huge and damaging and leads to further suffering. It is indeed an issue which needs addressed urgently, and I applaud Councillor Harkin for bringing this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Alderman Hussey, do you wish to speak now on both? Councillor Hussey or Alderman Hussey?
Thank you, Mayor. And I seconded the original proposal, but I welcome the amendment and understand the rationale of the amendment being brought. I think most councillors at some stage will have encountered this situation of the lack of respite beds, and it applies, as is rightly placed in the first paragraph, throughout the district area. There are times when, Councillor Harkin's original motion applied to Rosewood Cottage in particular, I think it's probably right that that is broadened by taking that out. I'm aware of respite shortages elsewhere in the trust area, and indeed it has already been mentioned of children having to go to Scotland and to England. Totally unacceptable. The trust should take responsibility for its own client base and ensure that provision is available within the trust area. Now, that may not necessarily mean for Derry City and Strabane residents that it's within our council area, but at the very least should be within the trust area. So I welcome the amendment and thank both Councillor Harkin for bringing the original proposal and Councillor Boyle for a very sensible amendment that broadens and amplifies, actually, as far as I'm concerned, the original motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey, and Councillor Tierney on both.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Harkin for bringing the motion. And genuinely, Mayor, thanks to you for affording me a wee bit of time to get my head around Councillor Boyle's amendment. Having been afforded that time, I've looked at it, and I think the key thing here for us is to ensure that we can get those questions to the Director of Children and Adults Learning Disability Service. And I think the amendment and the motion in terms of the potential outcomes is very much much of a muchness, really. Not taking away the very serious concerns around the lack of respite beds for children and adults with learning disabilities across this trust. I think it's important that we get to the crux of the problem, and I think Councillor Harkin in the original motion has outlined, I think, what it is we're looking to find out. What has been done to end staff shortages, which is obviously limiting the number of respite beds, and what plans are there to expand the number of respite beds for both children and adults with learning disability. I think in that vein, the amendment and the original motion both allow the same outcome and the same questions to be put to the director at that particular meeting, and hopefully they do take up that invitation. I think we also should point out that, you know, families who need to send a loved one into respite don't do it because they want to. They do it because they have to, and they do it to recharge the batteries, to allow themselves to relieve the pressure that they're under, and they're doing it with the best love and care for their family relative. I think it's important that we do hold the trust to account, that we do find out what's going on, and that we do ensure that these facilities are up, are staffed appropriately, and are looking after people whenever they're in their care. Mayor, so in that vein, I think, as I've said already, you know, the amendment, both, I think, have the same outcome. They will give us an opportunity to put those questions to the director and ensure that we're doing all that we can to ensure that these services are open and available for people who need them across our council district. On behalf of the SDLP, Mayor, we're happy to support both, but we will be voting in favour of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Harkin on the amendment.
Hi, Mayor. Yeah, we don't have a problem supporting or agreeing with the amendment brought forward by Councillor Boyle. I think that the reality is that the Rosebud was closed for nearly 9 months, and we need to understand that and the impact that had. I believe that this is an emergency situation that is a sensitivity, but it could have absolutely have been avoided. And we can't allow the Western Trust to tell us that this would be their response again in the future. But the reality is, look, the thrust of the motion remains the same, and the goal of the motion is to have Western Trust officials come in here so we can ask them about what plans are to expand and improve these services. That family that Councillor Boyle mentioned, I mean, that goes back to 2015, and that's when the Western Trust was planning to send a child to England at a cost of £400,000 a year, while telling us they didn't have funding to, create, make respite available here. And of course, that parent said that that was impossible. They weren't. It would be. It wouldn't be good for the child. It wouldn't be good for the family to be sent to in the respite care situation in England. So obviously, I thank Councillor Boyle for the addition to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And on behalf of the DUP, we have no problem in supporting the amendment, and we have no problem in supporting if it goes forward for the substantive motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Could I take it that the amendment is going to pass unanimously as well? No one going to vote against it? Okay. Well, sorry, I'm abstaining, just to have that recorded. And then the substantive motion, I will go back to Councillor Harkin to sum up.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for everybody's support. I think that this is something that is kind of happening in the background, and but I think it's important that we keep the drumbeat going on it. For those families, for those children, to make sure that they get the services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. And I'm going to assume that this is again unanimous. So thank you. The next items on the agenda are open for information. So unless anybody wishes to indicate they want to speak. Yes, sorry. Just confirming that I did abstain in the last motion. So without anyone, let me see. Alderman Hussey, you have indicated item 15, page 291. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a response that we received from the Education Authority in regard to specialist autism class provision. And I note the list that's given to us there. It's all Londonderry, Derry City schools that are named. There is no mention of schools beyond the city. And I would ask that we get that information. Now, we all probably know locally, but I would like that information from the Education Authority, because they seem to be ignoring a major part of our council area. And I've had cases coming to me this last while in my own area of the shortage of the specialist autism provision, class provision in schools. So I think it's something that we need to keep on top of. And you do that through knowledge. So we need the knowledge on that. So I'm asking that the Education Authority be asked to update that letter to include all of our district council area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Harkin, in relation to response to motion.
Thank you,
Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just getting the relevant number, but I'll start speaking about the issue while I'm doing that. We passed a motion in July calling for the DFC minister to look at suspending debt deductions. That demand has now gathered more support. It was a main demand of the event that was held last week in the at Stormont in the Long Gallery, the Crushed by the Cost of Living event. And I think the vast majority of people believe that this is something that can be done without the executive up and running. It's Appendix 16, suspension of government debt recovery for those in receipt of benefits. And we got a response to the CEO, Chief Executive from the department. The department in this response doesn't say that the executive needs to be up and running. They do say that there will be some difficulties with doing it. I don't see those difficulties as insurmountable barriers to suspending debt recovery. But in a response to the Belfast Telegraph, who looked at those documents, the department is now saying that it would require the executive to be up and running. So there seems to be a gap here between what they've told the council and what they're now telling the Belfast Telegraph. I've talked to civil servants, talked to advice providers, talked to people who I think have expertise in this, and they think that this can be done without an executive. Now, the issue is we know that the DUP are blocking Stormont from functioning, but that caretaker ministers have said that they will do whatever they can within their existing powers to help people. This, for me, is like the council creating warm banks. We shouldn't have to do it, but we are showing we have to try and do whatever we can to protect people. If this can be done, I think we should pursue it. I think it's something that I think a lot of people think can be done. Looking at the amounts of money, I mean, the amounts of money are somewhat staggering. It's in 1 month alone, we're talking about 4 million. Most of it is going to advance payments, which is universal credit or advanced loan payments. We know that people are taking out loans now because they're struggling. And we're in a situation where we're campaigning to get people 50, 60 pound a week or a month to help them with their bills. And debt deduction means that they're losing up to around 50. So I mean this would be a big help for people and would actually mitigate the fact that Westminster's doing absolutely nothing and that there's limited stuff that the council can do and limited action that Westminster Stormont can take as well because of the paralysis there. So what I would propose, and if you want me to write it up, I will, but it's just straightforward, that we asked an official from the DFC to come for a meeting as soon as possible so that we can get some clarity on this question, because I think it is a crucial question, and I think a lot of people will be asking this question because it's now become a campaign demand from many different organisations. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Harkin, you are going to have to write that into the chat box. Now I'm going to need a seconder.
I'm happy to second.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to take it, but I need to say it right. Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Jackson on this proposal.
Yes, Mayor, just to state that our party's support for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm going to assume that we have support for it and allow it to go through because I think it is clarity that probably we would like. So no, that's fine. That's passed. And as I said, everything else is for information and nobody else has indicated. So on that note, I will thank everybody for their patience again on another long meeting. We're good at our long meetings. So thank you, everyone, and I'll see you again.
Thank you, Mayor.
Cheers, Mayor.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Night.